friends, welcome back to my channel. This is ASO Tarot, and in today's Pick a Heart reading, we are going to be looking at your feelings in an in-depth perspective for whatever person is on your mind. So I wasn't anticipating on doing this reading. It literally came out of nowhere and I was like, oh my god, I need to do this right now, otherwise I will simply implode. So what we are going to be doing today is going in depth with your feelings for another person, and you might be like, why do I need a reading on that? I know how I feel. Well, some of us struggle with that. So if you struggle to know how you feel or struggle to pay attention to your own feelings and how they may affect you, this reading is for you, because we're going to go in depth into all of that, and then there will be an extended where we're going to look at why this person is in your life, what they're teaching you. We're going to get channeled messages from them, and then we're going to get channeled messages from your guardian angels, as well as just spirit in general, and give you some further advice. But there's tons of advice in this reading as well. But I really just wanted to give everybody here on this video an opportunity to dissect their feelings in a safe way, in a safe space, where you can just kind of fully understand what's going on with you and how that might affect you. And also, I hope this will help you build your trust in me as a reader, because obviously if I can read your energy, I hope it will help you trust when I'm channeling someone else's energy. So yeah, it's just kind of experimental. We'll see how it goes. But I hope that it's helpful, and that's really the goal at the end of the day, is that it's helpful for you. So we have 4 piles to choose from today. Starting with pile 1, we are using the Threads of Fate Tarot, and with it we have this Polychrome Jasper heart. And then for pile 2, we have the Apparition Tarot, as well as this Chrysocolla heart. I can't say that word. I'm just going to call it Chrysler heart. For pile 3, we have the Rainbow Heart Tarot, as well as this flower agate heart. And then finally for pile 4, we have the Ember and Aura Tarot, as well as this fire quartz heart. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. I should mention that some of these connections may be past connections, simply because, I've made less of these, but, if you still have unsolved or ununderstood feelings around a past person or a present person, this reading can work for any of that. And it doesn't have to be a romantic connection at all. You may just need to filter out the more romancy messages. It's really important to take what resonates and leave the rest. You know your life better than I do. So once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comments section, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And then once you have picked your pile or piles, we will get into your reading. And then, like I said, if the reading resonates, I will have the extended link directly below under there for you to check out. So that's all I have to say. I will see you soon. Hi there, pile 1. If you guys chose this Polychrome Jasper heart and the Threads of Fate Tarot, this is going to be your reading. I just want to say really quickly, I may accidentally call this Kambaba Jasper, and if I do, that's just me not thinking, because my guides have been telling me I need to get it all day. So if I accidentally say Kambaba Jasper, that's not Kambaba Jasper, it's Polychrome. But let's go ahead and look and see who this person is that we are asking about your feelings for. I do want to mention that this will be kind of a mix of who this person is objectively and who they are to you, so just be aware of that. But to go ahead and start, we have Aquarius with I Know. We have the Heart. We have the Angel of Strength and the Rebel. The light attributes are challenges authority to affect social change, rejects systems that do not serve inner needs. Shadow attributes are that it rejects legitimate authority out of anger or rebels out of peer pressure or fashion. I feel for anyone learning English, because oh my god, even I wanted to read that as rebels, and I know it's rebels. What an interesting language. Okay, we also have positive energy, communication. I forgive myself for taking myself more seriously than is helpful to me. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to lighten up, my entire being becomes illuminated with the intuitive wisdom that aligns me with my highest potential. And we have communication again. So I'm actually going to move these over just a little bit. So I'm going to just say, like, right away, pile one, if I start describing, you'll know who this person is if you've met them. If you haven't, this is likely, if you don't know who this is likely not your pile, or you haven't met this person yet. I also wanted to mention, as I was getting ready, I heard The Eye of the Tiger playing in my head, the song Eye of the Tiger, but we have a lion. Fives could also be significant. Oh, and the song, I just heard it playing in my head. 4 or 5 seconds. I know it has like Rihanna and Kanye and Paul McCartney. I think it's those. Anyway, this is somebody that has this beautiful balance of compassionate energy and also like intellectual wisdom. This is somebody who marches to the beat of their own drum, especially with Aquarius and Rebel. Like, I mean, like, a Rebel energy is very similar to Aquarius energy in the sense that this person is not afraid to go outside of social norms. This person is not afraid to be different, to look different, to act different. They're not normcore, I guess is what I could say. They may look normcore on the outside for some of you, but this person has very unique ideas. They could be into sci-fi or have very future-oriented ideas. But I also think that this is somebody who is a humanitarian and has a lot of compassion for humanity. They may have less compassion for themselves, but they do have a lot of compassion for others. And I think that they've been on this journey of discovering themselves for a while. The fact that we have the 23 reducing to 5 in numerology, not in regular math. We don't do regular math on this channel. And the 50 reducing to 5. I definitely think that this person has, if you've known them for a while, they've probably evolved a lot. But even if they're newer, I think that this person is a change of pace for you. Like, they're different from the typical person that you would be interested in or have in your life. And I do think that this is somebody who has been through their fair share of hardships, but it hasn't let their heart be hardened. They have an excellent way with words, so Gemini energy could be significant here, Libra energy could be significant here, or 11th house energy, or 3rd house energy. But they're very communicative and good with their words. I think also they really like to dive deep with people. Like, with this communication card, you know, all the eyes and the hands are matching each other. And I think that this is somebody who likes to get to know people intimately. I think that they do have a lot of like acquaintances or people that they're friendly with, but I think very few people know them on a deeper level. And I would say they either have the desire to be that way with you, or they're attempting to be that way with you, or that is something that has already been established. I think that there is definitely a meeting of the minds here. And I think that you may get a kind of high from being around this person. I mean, maybe literally, but I meant figuratively in the sense that they just have a lot of good energy. They radiate a lot of good energy. And I think that's because they've been working really hard on healing themselves. This positive energy card in this deck actually represents the solar plexus chakra. Looks like it would represent the root, but the colors are a bit different in this deck. And in this case, I think that this person has been through a lot in life to the point where they just are tired of feeling crappy. And so I think they go the extra mile to radiate good energy and improve the energy of the spaces and the people around them, because they're just tired of like feeling negative energy. They're tired of feeling bad about themselves. But I do think that they put a lot of pressure on themselves sometimes to to conform or perform. I think when it comes to conforming, it may be within their own community or within the people that are closest to them. But I do think here, you know, with the Genius, Control, Ego card coming out, they may have a hard time fully letting loose around you, because it seems like they definitely care about your opinion. They care what you think of them. And so they don't want to say anything to mess something up or say something wrong. I feel like they want to come off as impressive to you, or as somebody that you would either be interested in, or if you're already with them, somebody that you take a lot of pride in. With the communication card here as well, I think that this person could be a good writer or a good like public speaker. They could write you letters, or this could also be with Aquarius and technology. This could be somebody that you communicate with mostly online. Or for some of you, maybe that's how the connection is being maintained right now. But I definitely think that this person has a desire to push boundaries, not in a destructive way, but in a challenging traditional beliefs way. I also think that this person either sees a future with you, or you see a future with them, or maybe for some of you this connection is in the future. But I definitely think that there's a level of detachment here, where maybe you both are just friends right now. Maybe they're one or both of you want something. I guess we'll see how you feel in a little bit. But I do think that this person has some like deep knowing about you, that like no matter what type of connection this is, that you're a special person in their life. And they may not always express it, because I do think that this person has a very cool, detached demeanor when it comes to you specifically. I don't think that this person is like that with everyone. I think that this person has that demeanor with you because I think that you're in their heart in some way. And I think that they, like, this boat scene is reminding me of that scene in Ariel where they're like, where the, I think Sebastian, he's singing like la 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 or something, like kiss the girl or whatever. Got great music skills. And I think that this there's a lot of energy that's exchanged between the two of you that's unspoken. And I do think that this person, they are very good at projecting an image that's so, cool and detached that I don't even think they realize that they're doing it most of the time. But I do think as well, this is somebody who's very protected and somebody who has, an important spiritual mission on this planet, or just has an important, it doesn't have to be a spiritual mission. It could be just an important mission in general. I just heard Arcturus energy and Sirius energy. Those are, is Arcturus a star? I know, Sirius is 2 stars, but that doesn't matter right now. Anyway, the messages that is for, we'll know it's for them. Anyway, with this Angel of Strength here, I think that this person, if you've been through a lot with this person, I think that they have learned a lot of valuable lessons, and they really have been tested by the universe to see just how compassionate they can be and just how much they can forgive, grow, expand, and heal. And I think one thing that they're healing right now is their need to feel like they need to be the best all the time, or to be serious. Maybe they're very invested in their work, or maybe they do something a bit different. Maybe they work freelance, or maybe they work from home, or they're self-employed. It could have something to do with tech as well. And for some of you, this person could be in the LGBTQIA+ community. But this is somebody who's proud to be weird. They're proud to be different. They have different ideas, and they love to exchange ideas with others. I do think that they prefer one-on-one exchanges, because this person has an awareness that the more people there are in a space, the less authentic a conversation may be. And I think that this person likes to be authentic, but they are very good at picking up on energies. So they know when not to be, if that makes sense. But I also think that this person is a bit protective of themselves, and also protective of their their good energy. Like they don't just want to give it all away to others. They definitely conserve their energy a little bit. But this is definitely somebody that you have amazing conversations with. This is somebody that stimulates your mind, and somebody that you have a genuinely good like camaraderie with. So if that sounds like the person you're asking about or a person you know, let's go ahead and see how you feel about them. I'm struggling today. I did also want to mention that if this resonates, there will be an extended, and in the extended, what we're going to do is look at why you met this person. And we're also going to get channeled messages from this person, and we're going to get channeled messages from your guardian angels and some further advice. So it's going to be a juicy one if you are interested in that, but of course, no worries. That's not your thing. Girls just trying to pay your bills, you know. Okay. So let's go ahead and see, Spirit. How does pile 1 feel about this person? Okay, we have the Ace of Swords. Saw we missed the moon. We have the Ace of Swords. Upright. How does pile 1 feel about this person? We have the 9 of Cups in reverse. Oh my gosh, I'm hearing that Cher Lloyd song, Want You Back, but it's low-key giving me like war flashbacks to cheer camp, because we had to do like a horrible... If you've never been to cheer camp, horrible. I was not meant to be doing that in middle school and high school, man. Cheer camp is the worst. Shout out to anyone else who suffered in cheer camp, because I hated that shit. Okay. Hermit. The Hermit. Okay, so the Hermit's coming out. And the Sovereign of Cups. I'm gonna have to grab the deck really quickly, because I can't remember how the court cards are laid out. I know the Sovereign is the Queen of Cups in reverse, but the Seeker of Swords, I can't tell if that's a page or a king. So we have the 9 of Pentacles upright. We have the 6 of Wands upright. We have the 2 of Wands in reverse. We have the Ace of Pentacles upright. With the Queen of Cups in reverse, we have the 8 of Pentacles in reverse. And on the back of the deck, we have the Empress in reverse, which is called the Pillar in this deck. Let me just make sure. This is the deck that I'm using, by the way, if you're curious. I always list the decks down below, but I use a lot of decks, so understandably. Okay, so the Conqueror is the Knight. Sovereign is the Queen. Rulers. Okay, so Seeker is the Page of Swords in reverse. Okay. How do you feel about this person? Pile 1. Your feelings seem quite complicated. And it's interesting because this person's energy seems to be very straightforward. So part of me has to wonder if there is an energy of maybe overcomplicating this situation a bit. What's underneath the Pillar? Oh, the King of Pentacles in reverse. Okay, so for some of you, you may put this person on a pedestal, or you may see them as not on your level, but instead as above you. I feel like you really want this person, but I also think you're afraid of if you are successful in your pursuit or in your attempt to be with them or have something more with them or whatever you're wishing for within this connection, maybe you're afraid of what that looks like. Like maybe it won't be as good as it is in your head. But I do think you really want clarity in this situation and the truth. Like either the truth hasn't come out or you're waiting for an opportunity for the truth to come out. I do feel like with the Empress in reverse, you're probably struggling with confidence when it comes to facing this person. But I also think that there is difficulty in surrendering this connection, which good thing I have the surrender advice card that we're going to look at later. But I think that there is an element of you where you feel like if you don't hold on, if you let go of this situation, not in the sense of like letting go of this person, but instead letting go of feeling like you have to have all the answers before you take action, or that you can't just let things unfold organically. I think that that is maybe one of your biggest blockages when it comes to this connection. And confidence in yourself. I do think that you are uncomfortable with receiving energy from this person, and that might be because you see their energy as a lot more positive than yours, or as a lot more evolved than yours. And I feel like with this Six of Wands, like maybe this person has like a following, or maybe they are in the public eye in some way, or they're just maybe more out there, more extroverted. But it's almost like with the Nine of Cups in reverse, like I can't stop looking at the wishbone. And I feel like you may feel like this person would never want you, or that your wish is unrealistic. With the Nine of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords, I do feel like maybe you've realized that this person is more solid than you thought. Like maybe you just saw them as very, I heard charismatic in my head, like maybe this person is a player, or maybe this person is non-committal, which they could be. But I feel like with the Nine of Pentacles upright, they've taught you something about your own independence. And what that is going to be different for all of you. For some of you, you may realize like maybe they have helped you heal codependency in some way, whether directly or indirectly. But I think there's this fear of telling this person the truth, or telling this person how you feel about them. Maybe that's because you know that this person has feelings for you, and maybe you're not ready to go to that next step, or maybe you're afraid of going to that step. I think you see this person as a very solid option, but maybe you don't trust yourself to be a solid option. I feel like with the Pillar in reverse as well, like there is this energy of feeling maybe not good enough, or maybe if this connection has had its ups and downs, or like I just heard shoulda, woulda, coulda in my head. Like maybe if there's been a decent time apart, or a decent time since you've been around this person, I am seeing that like you still hold a light for them, no matter how deeply you bury it. Like I think that nobody penetrates your soul as deeply as this person does, and it's not a literal thing, obviously. Maybe for some of you it is. No judgment. But I do think on a figurative level, and kind of literally, this person literally metaphorically sees through you to your soul. And I think that's incredibly uncomfortable. I think that also if this person is already successful, that may intimidate you as well, because maybe you're still figuring your life out, figuring out what you want to do. Maybe you've only recently like maybe you've started a more abundant, fruitful opportunity. Like maybe you got a new job recently, maybe you graduated recently, maybe you're waiting to give this person an offer. But what I feel like this is, because with this Queen of Cups in reverse, I think that there is some projection energy onto this person. Maybe because they remind you of somebody in your past, or maybe because in the past they acted differently. But fun fact about pearls, if you don't know how pearls are made, when they, basically like an irritant of some kind, like dirt or something, or sand, gets into the clam, is it a clam or an oyster? I don't know. And over time, the species in which is holding this thing, this irritant, it turns into a pearl. And I feel like you maybe thought that your feelings for this person would go away after you did self-work, or after you or if you like distracted yourself for long enough or something like that. And maybe you're realizing that you've put a lot of uncomfortable emotions into distractions like work for yourself, or like passions. Maybe you've written about this person, or you've creatively expressed yourself about them. Like, I don't think you've shared that with them though. But I do think that there's a big fear of vulnerability here. And I think there's a fear of being manipulated. I do also see with this Queen of Cups and this Eight of Pentacles in reverse, it's quite possible that you've opened your heart to people before, and then they haven't been serious. Or maybe this person opened their heart to you, and at the time you weren't serious or ready to be there yet. And maybe you're worried now that it's too late, or you may be worried that this person is similar to people from your past who are maybe emotionally manipulative. I do think that past connections of yours definitely did a number on your self-esteem. And I think that Spirit is really encouraging you to truly look within when it comes to this person, and not within in a mental way, but to really go within your own heart space. And for some of you, the truth may be that your heart space is closed off right now, or maybe you're still healing it, which is absolutely okay. But I do think that you feel like you're not deserving of certain things, or that you're not deserving of a connection with this person, or that this person would never look at you that way. And I definitely think that is you putting them on a pedestal. You need to remember that, like, everybody has flaws. Nobody is perfect, no matter what they project. And if you only see them on social media and things like that, you're really not seeing the full truth. Because I do think that maybe this person that you're asking about, they're not as authentic on social media as they are in person. They're definitely themselves on social media, if they have social media, of course. But there's definitely an element of a persona that's not truly them. I don't think that the person that that you have feelings for, I don't think that they have how do I want to word this weird? They are more wary of being vulnerable with others, in the same way that I think that you're wary of being vulnerable with others. And I think that you both are kind of loners. You both kind of relate to wanting independence and being rational, always seeking the truth. But I feel like you want to tell this person the truth of how you feel, and maybe talk about your past if you haven't already, or just put the past in the past. I do think that maybe you've tried to move on from this person, or maybe you've tried to, maybe you pushed this person away because you didn't like the depth and intensity of this connection here. But I do feel like there's a part of you where if you're dating right now, you might be kind of going in circles a little bit. Like, it's like you're looking for this person in someone else. Maybe because you regret things, or because you're not really sure how to say something or what to do. I do think this is kind of calling you out a little bit, but I do think that partially your lack of confidence in yourself, and then the pedestal that you put this person on, I do think it causes you to project assumptions onto this person and then convince yourself that they're actually real when they're not. Like, an example of that would be like, you know, if you see this person as better than you, you might project the idea that they're judging you every time they're at your house, or that they're judging your job or judging what you do for a living and being like petty or immature or thinking lowly of you. And I think that that is not the case at all. I think that this person actually has a lot of like admiration and adoration for you. But you're not able to see that because you're too hard on yourself. Peace and love, of course. And I think that really what this person is triggering within you is an awakening, in the sense of the fact that you've been trying to pretend like your emotions don't exist, or that you don't need anyone, or that this person wouldn't possibly feel any type of way about you or something like that. And I think what you're really doing is you're just shutting yourself down out of a fear of getting hurt, because you want to be successful. But if this is like a past situation, then maybe you may be worried that that time has passed, or you may feel like you're not deserving of your desires and that they could never happen, or your fear of going after your desires and not getting them is really scary to you. I feel like you want to communicate with this person, but you don't really know what to say, and you don't really know how to say it. And I think that's because there needs to be more exploration in your heart space. I also want to say too, I would really recommend getting Reiki done. This Polychrome Jasper is for all chakras. So maybe Polychrome Jasper is a stone you want to look at. It's really affordable, and I really like the energy of it. But what I'm really feeling here is that you may be focusing too much on this person and not enough on yourself, in the sense that you may project your own feelings onto them, or your own feelings of inadequacy onto them, and think to yourself, oh, that's how they feel about me, and then write them off before you're even vulnerable with them about anything, because you're afraid, what if that's true? But what you're not seeing is that a lot of these are illusions within your mind. I also think that maybe you have an insecurity around money, in the sense that maybe you feel like you need to have enough in order to be enough. And I think Spirit is asking you to recognize where you're already abundant, and recognize how many blessings you already have in your life. Abundance is not just financial gain. Abundance is, love, like in the sense of, animals, family, friends, your passions, what you love out of life. Like, there's so much more to abundance than just money. And I think maybe what you're not seeing is you may feel like with this Empress energy here, you may feel like this person has really high expectations of a partner that maybe like they've never spoken to you about, or that they've never indicated to you, but maybe you read into or assumed just based upon either their socioeconomic class, or their attitude, or the way that the people around them talked about them. This person also, this is a side note, they really like your hands. Yeah. even though this is about you, I do think though, I feel like you see this person as like living in, like I'm hearing Locked Out of Heaven by Bruno Mars in my head. And I really think that this is kind of maybe how you feel, in the sense that if you're in a darker energy or you're isolating yourself out of protection, you may feel like this person is out living their best life, like going wild and doing whatever they want all the time, when in reality they may be actually be in very similar energies and you don't see it because you see them in such a high regard. And there's nothing wrong with seeing someone in a high regard, but I do think that it can be very destructive to place people on pedestals, especially people that you're interested in, when they're really just people. And I think as well, there is some healing that needs to be done around your value outside of career and monetary abundance. I mean, you may be the type of person that wants to provide or wants to support someone else, but I think you're discounting a lot of your natural qualities. Like, one, you're just as intelligent as this person, but I think with the Virgo energy here, I do think you could be overanalyzing this situation to death. And I don't know if that's necessarily serving you. But what I do know is that I think there's a truth about this person that you've recognized, that there's nobody quite like them, and you're kind of running in circles trying to find them in someone else, when Spirit might be saying, bro, like, pile one, like, come on. Like, if you're trying to find this person in someone else, maybe you should just talk to this person. You know what I mean? Because maybe you're holding back talking to them because you're afraid of what might happen. And I'm going to use an example of myself from when I was younger, because I used to have like such a fear of authority and like a fear of being in trouble and things like that. And I always knew that like I would have dread, like if I knew that like my coach was gonna yell at me, or one of my teachers was gonna be upset with me because I didn't do my homework, or just some dumb bullshit where an adult is being unnecessarily extra about something that really doesn't matter that much. But I would build it up in my head and be so scared, and then usually it wouldn't really be anything. It would be not a big deal. You know, the adult in question we'd address it, and we'd move forward. They wouldn't chastise, well, not all adults were like this, but the right mature adults were like this. And I think really my point in saying that is oftentimes I built up more fear than I needed to, and I created a lot more stress on myself than I needed to. You know, instead of being able to be like, okay, well, I'll face that bridge when it comes, whether tomorrow, next week, whatever, I would literally just ruminate over and over, be like, oh my God, like they're gonna yell at me, and like I'm gonna get in trouble, they're not gonna like me, like, oh my. And so I think that's kind of your energy with this person. And I think what Spirit is trying to say is, like, if you have any difficult conversations that you need to have with this person, or if you have any difficult, like, things that you need to address with this person, I think Spirit is saying, like, you're really conflating something in your head that you don't need to. Like, I think that this person is way more chill than you realize, or if they weren't chill in the past, I think they've chilled out a little bit. Like, I think they have matured. I think they're a lot stronger than they once were. And I do think that if you feel like this is a strong connection, I do think that you should trust that there's a reason for that. What I do think, though, is it may be really helpful to not place expectations onto this person, or place expectations on what this connection must be. Instead, I think maybe being more detached and rebuilding up or building up that friendship and really trusting each other. And then, you know, you can be vulnerable with one another and go deeper there. But I think Spirit is asking you to go within, to go deeper. Because maybe your feelings for this person, or maybe you could also ruminate about this person, but your feelings about this person may be something that you bury so deeply that sometimes you forget that they're there, or you just have some sort of cognitive dissonance with it. Like, you almost don't identify with the feelings there, or you don't identify with whatever's going on. So you just pretend like it's not real, it doesn't exist. But I think Spirit is saying, actually, buddy, hey guy, maybe this person's Canadian, or maybe you're Canadian. Shout out to all my Canadians, my northern neighbors. Overall though, I think that you need to go, I think you'll understand your feelings for them the more you work on your own self-confidence. Because I think right now, your illusions of, I just heard this in my head, I don't agree with this, but this is what came through, a giant piece of shit. If you see yourself as that, time out on the play, that nope, you're not that. Stop telling yourself you're that, because what you say to yourself becomes real. And I think part of the reason why there may be a lot of confusion, because like, honestly, when I first started looking at these cards, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I don't know. And I think that is because maybe that's how you feel about this connection, and it may make you uncomfortable, the feelings it evokes. You may feel like you're less in control of your feelings when you're around this person, or you may feel like the parts of yourself, your shadow aspects, not in the sense of like, you know, sometimes people see shadow aspects as just like negative aspects, but I just mean shadow aspects in the sense of like the parts of yourself that you don't feel comfortable sharing with others. So like, for example, maybe you're like Will Ferrell in Step Brothers and you're an amazing singer, but you haven't shared that talent with anyone. Hopefully not because your younger brother got an entire audience to scream that you have a mangina. But if you haven't seen that movie, that's what I'm talking about. But you know, in the sense that there are secret parts of you that truly are like soul expressions of you that maybe your ego wants to keep small or keep quiet. But I do think that this person triggers a lot of the things that you don't like to address about yourself. And that's why their presence may make you uncomfortable, or you may feel like they're above you, because you may feel like they're, the way that they make you feel is intentional. The way that they trigger your wounds is intentional. But I promise you, based on this person's energy, it is not intentional. And in fact, they may beat themselves up a lot because they may not understand why you act towards them the way that you do. I feel like you both play things incredibly cool, if I'm being honest. But I think, yeah. I think you're learning to grow stronger in your own independence, and that's helping you. But you may have this very headstrong idea that, like, you don't need anyone, you never need anyone, like, meh, like, I'm so strong and independent, I don't need nobody, ever. But I think that you're lonely. And I think that you usually are able to let go of that idea of loneliness, or temporarily fill that need for company through your friends and things like that, which is wonderful. But I think that this person has sparked a sense of loneliness within you that you didn't know existed until you met them. And so maybe that's also why you may feel like a little bit resistant to them, in the sense that, like, are they doing this intentionally? Like, are they manipulating me? Or are they, no, I don't think I think that this person is not aware of their effect on you. I think that this person probably mirrors a lot of these similar doubts and probably a lot of these similar wounds, because I do think that this person is also pretty cool and detached and rational and logical. But what I really see for you is that I think you have the desire to have a beginning here, like a new beginning, or an evolved beginning of some kind, or you might want to offer this person something, maybe depending on if you guys communicate more. But essentially what I'm seeing is that this person is pushing you to, not literally, but energetically. And let me reiterate that this is not coming directly from them. This is coming from the universe in the form of their presence and existence within your life. They're pushing you to look at the feelings that you suppress and look at what externally and internally is not in alignment with your truest self. And it's preparing you to step up and take action towards that so that you can live a life more in alignment with yourself. But in terms of your feelings, I think that you need to get more in touch with them in general. And how you do that may be different for everyone. And I understand that it's very scary to work through emotions, so maybe you may want to get help or do it with somebody that you trust. If doing it alone is too overwhelming or scary, you don't have to do things alone. And truthfully, I think the more that you're just honest with yourself about your feelings or about your truth about this person, the easier it will be to let go of trying to control this connection or let go of ruminating about it, because ruminating about it is not helpful in the slightest. And you might be working really hard to avoid these emotions, which has you like running in circles and not really improving in a way that's beneficial for you. I feel like it's just creating more frustration and creating more confusion, in the sense that like you may be trying, like, this person is a square peg and your comfort zone is a round hole. And so I think that Spirit is saying, like, you've got to stop trying to fit this person into your current idea of what connection is, of what you need, of what you want. You can't look at this person through your own expectations or your own fears or limiting beliefs. You need to look at this person as multidimensional and look at yourself as multidimensional, because I think that you are trying to like typecast this person or put them in some sort of like role or box so that you can understand them and their energy better. But I think Spirit is trying to get you to understand through this person that you can't do that with people, especially not people that you want to have a deeper connection with or that you feel called to be around, because people are multidimensional, and you know, people have good aspects, bad aspects. People have things that they're confident about and insecurities. People have things that they love and they have fears. Like, we're all incredibly human, and I think that you need to start seeing their humanity. And if you can't, be open to the idea that the universe might, and also forgive yourself for your own humanity, because I think part of the issue here is the fact that maybe you isolate yourself because you think you'll just hurt other people, or you'll just mess things up, or it will just be painful. And that makes me think of the hedgehog's dilemma, which, if you've ever seen Neon Genesis Evangelion, they talk about it in that, but it's just essentially, you know, like, just think of a couple hedgehogs outside in the cold, you know, in a 5 of Pentacles card, if you will. And obviously they want to move closer together for warmth, but the closer they get, the more that their you know, spiky quills, I don't know, the more they're gonna hurt each other, you know? So I think Spirit is telling you, you know, part of human connection, like, human connection can be painful the more you know someone, but, you know, mature, healthy connections can work through issues, can talk maturely and openly, and maybe that first step for you is being open and honest with yourself and learning how to forgive yourself for your own past, and learning to recognize all the wonderful qualities within you, not just your flaws. I mean, I will say, if you have any Virgo energy, like, I'll pray for you, because I mean, Virgos are critical as hell, and like, they can see everything wrong with the world, with themselves, with everything. So you may want to be aware, if that's the case, if you do have any Virgo placements or just very self-critical, self-judging energy, be aware of that and ask yourself why it has to be that way. Because, like, it's not like you have to tell anyone about your feelings or what you're going through. Like, you can fully explore them on your own. You shouldn't be ashamed to explore all the multidimensional parts of your being. And if you are, that's something that you need to address. But overall, I think that in terms of how you feel about this person, I think you need to figure that out for yourself, or come to terms with it, or sit with those feelings a little bit more. They may trigger you and make you uncomfortable, but instead of projecting, instead of seeing those triggers as something that this person is doing to you intentionally, see it as something the universe is doing intentionally and what it's showing you. Because at the end of the day, this person is going to be the semantics of every situation, who this person is to you, why and how they're in their life. Like, well, we're going to see why they're in your life, but you have free will at the end of the day. Like, the universe cannot make you be with someone. The universe cannot make you do something, like, unless it's like, I guess, divine intervention or something that is meant for your highest good, like a tower moment. But that usually, like, that takes they give you signs before then, typically. But I think there's just a need to recognize where you've worked on yourself in a lot of excellent ways, but I think there's areas of your life that you're neglecting, that you're not working on at all, with the excuse of, oh, I'm working on this stuff right now, I'll get to that later, and then, like, later never comes. So I think that Spirit is saying, like, your emotional body needs some healing, and I do think Reiki could be very helpful for you. But yeah, I think that your feelings are very complex and confusing, and that's partially because there are some illusions that you've created for yourself about this connection that actually stem from your own insecurities and your own wounds about yourself that you may be feeling like this person is doing intentionally or are placing on you. But in fact, this person is just unintentionally opening or bringing to your attention areas of yourself that maybe need more attention or need a better understanding because you're not seeing them clearly right now. So I'm going to go ahead and start giving you advice now. We're going to start with some surrender cards, and we'll finish off with some advice cards. I already see surrender worry, so we'll see if that comes out. But I really like these advice cards because surrendering is just the most freeing thing in the world. And one thing I do want to say is that you don't have to put the weight of the world on yourself or on this connection. Like, the universe has your back, and the universe is supporting you in the sense that they want what is both for both you and this person and all of humanity's highest good. And so the more you kind of address the things that you're ignoring, and the more that you recognize that you do have the ability to heal and that you do have more wonderful things about you than you realize. You know, you may just be kind of like a horse drawing a carriage that has, you know, kind of blinders on their eyes. You may just be only focusing on what you don't like or what's wrong with you or what's failed or what's been bad. And I think Spirit is really asking you to sit with that and challenge yourself to see if maybe there's a more positive way of looking at things, or if maybe you haven't been looking at things realistically because you're being too hard on yourself. But I think you have fears that this situation won't happen naturally, or you're afraid of how cycles with this person are. And I think Spirit is saying, like, you don't need to worry about any of that. In fact, all you really need to do is focus on yourself. And when it comes to taking action towards this person, take action because you want to, not because you feel required to, or because you want something from them. You know, when you're doing things out of love, it's a good energy to be in. And I don't mean like you have to love this person unconditionally or something like that, but you do need to learn to at least try to love yourself and attempt to love yourself unconditionally, or learn what that means, or go on that journey, because really it's not something that you can just snap your fingers and do, but you know what I mean. So let's go ahead and see, Spirit, what does pile 1 need to surrender when it comes to this connection and themselves? What did I say? Surrender to setting limits. It's healthy to set boundaries in relationships. Practice expressing your needs, and remember that no is a complete sentence. But I think that this is more about extreme boundaries, where you may have your boundaries and your walls up so high that nobody can possibly get in. So I think it's being aware of where maybe you're not putting up enough boundaries, and where maybe you're putting up too much. And maybe there's a need to reevaluate your boundaries and see what's not serving you anymore, or explore what your needs are and what you want. You may be so focused on what this person wants and what this person is doing that you're not even recognizing that, like, even if you were to be with this person, or even if you are with this person, this is supposed to be reciprocal. And this is supposed to be a matching of energies, in the sense of, like, if this person is as special as you think they are, that truth will, like, you can't just keep the idea of them in a glass box and observe them from afar and be satisfied with that. There's a part of you that's yearning for something deeper, or just to be seen by them, or to have a more authentic connection with them, whether it be a friendship or something more. And I think that your own fears of messing things up, your own fears of not being good enough, your own fears of rejection, your own fears of abandonment are pushing this person, and subsequently a lot of positive things, out of your life, because you're afraid of what change might look like. But I challenge you to recognize right now that if you're not happy with where you're at, if you're not happy with what you're doing, change can't hurt, you know? At least it's different. But what else? Surrender to obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or a situation, turn the dilemma over to spirit. Doing so will bring you clarity, or even solve the problem. Yeah, I think that you were obsessing and ruminating over this situation or over the past. And I think spirit is saying, like, you're not seeing this clearly because you're not allowing yourself to surrender this, or allow spirit to show you what you need to see. It's like you're trying to figure out what you need to see, but really spirit will show you. And that doesn't mean like your guides will come down and just be like, oh, hey, pile one, how are you? So we just want to give you a little bit of tea about this connection. Like, that's not how they work. But they can give you signs, they can give you clarity. And I mean, the universe is not as direct. Well, sometimes they can be very direct, but they're not as direct as someone just sitting down and talking to you. They communicate through signs, they communicate through dreams, they communicate through symbols. I would look into Jungian archetypes as well, or just Carl Jung in general. Great read, cool guy. Let's keep going though. What else should pile one surrender? Yeah. Surrender to spirit. Once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, turn the situation over to the divine. Let spirit work its magic for you. Yeah, you do not have to worry about this situation all yourself. Like, you can trust spirit to help you with this, to assist you with this, and to help things come full circle. Like, divine wisdom and cosmic intelligence is smarter than any of us will ever be. Like, all of our big brains combined, it's still smarter than us, you know? It is like the pool of collective consciousness, so like of the loving and highest good, and they know what they're doing. And on the back of the deck we have surrender your ego, cultivate gratitude, be service of others, and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility will further your goals. Yeah, your ego, you might be uncomfortable with this. I'm just gonna call it like I see it. Your ego may be attached to the idea of pain and suffering, to the point where even if you don't want to suffer or be in pain, you've maybe put that as your identity. Or maybe if it's not suffering and pain, maybe it's staying isolated and staying independent and self-sufficient out of fear of being in pain. I can't talk, I'm sorry. But when you realize your ego is not yourself, it is very, very freeing. And I'm actually going to pull you an ego card since we have ego here. Let me pull one positive guidance card, and then I'll pull some ego cards for you. Give and receive love. Give love with a generous heart, and receive love with an open heart. And on the back of the deck we have gratitude. Showing gratitude will make room for what you want to effortlessly materialize in your life. So even just showing gratitude from what you've learned from this person, or how this person has positively impacted your life. Things like that. That could be very helpful to you. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to know the next step. Like, honestly, one of the most powerful things you can do is acknowledge how you truly feel about this person in this situation and trust that the universe will set you both up to either, well, I guess I can't speak for this other person because they have free will as well, but you can trust that spirit will do whatever is needed in order for you to heal, in order for you to see yourself more clearly, and in order to help you get your desires and be more vulnerable and have love. Because like, I think that the universe loves this person for you, and I would say that if you're the person that is very resistant to that or to them, or are pushing them away because you don't feel good enough, or pushing them away because you don't think that you can be what they need, I think Spirit is saying, you know, you don't have to accept things. You don't have to follow through with things if you're not comfortable with it, but maybe address why that is, because you may be pushing away an opportunity to connect with someone, an opportunity to learn more about yourself, and an opportunity to have a unique connection with somebody that you haven't had before. And that can really help you grow and learn. You know, you shouldn't feel like you need to be worried about what's going to happen if it goes to shit. It hasn't even started yet, at least in the way that you might be picturing it. So there's a need to be aware of where you're thinking obsessively and really just confusing yourself. So Spirit, what does pile 1 need to know about their ego at this time? Okay, we're gonna look at the bottom of the deck. I knew it. I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. I choose to believe that each time I give myself permission to change my mind and commit to a new way of showing up in the world, I allow myself to be moved to where a deeper possibility of comfort exists. Yeah, so like Spirit's saying, like, we can't show you the good shit if you just keep pushing the good shit away. Like, yes, all of your experiences maybe have been painful, but that's because you haven't been open to new ones or different things, or working through challenges with somebody so that you can grow beyond that, you know? Let's see what else we have. I love when my oracles just confirm everything that I was channeling. I forgive myself for attaching meaning to the experience of aloneness. So see, you've got that rebel energy too. And maybe that's why. Because maybe you project a persona like you've got it all together, like that you don't need anyone, you don't need anything. And maybe this person projects that too. And maybe what you don't realize, what both of you don't realize, is that you're more similar than you think. I choose to believe that it is through accepting solitude and connecting with myself in my own silence that I'm able to meet and integrate aspects of my being I have long been resistant to. Yeah. We also have, I forgive myself for attempting to draw conclusions based upon the incomplete truths available to me now. I choose to believe that when I wait patiently without drawing premature conclusions, I allow myself to be swiftly moved to what is meant for me next. Yes, you need to stop trying to control the situation or projecting what you think is onto it. You know, it's like you shut yourself down and push things away before they come or happen so that you can prevent the pain on the off chance that it does happen. But the thing is, I'm just gonna be real with you, life is painful. Life is hard, and I don't think life really ever gets easier. I think that we get better at dealing with it, dealing with pain, dealing with hardship, and that in turn makes life feel easier. But there's always going to be ups and downs. There's always going to be good times and bad times. But just because you've had more experience with bad times does not mean that it's impossible to have good ones. But it will be impossible if you push away any opportunity that the universe gives you to have good experiences. I like to believe that the universe is inherently good and that it is wanting for us what is the best for all of humanity, and just wanting the best for us, and wants to support us and help us, you know, follow our soul's passions and what we're here to do. And no matter what you believe, like, that is what your reality is going to be. And I think that, put yourself in the universe's shoes. How would you feel if, you know, the people that you were guiding and taking care of and that you loved unconditionally saw you as inherently bad and as something that just wants them to suffer, and as a creator that that just wants to watch the world burn. Like, I think that the universe is obviously unconditionally loving enough to not let that stop them from blessing you. But how would you feel if you love someone unconditionally and they just projected their own fears and wounds onto you and their own hardships onto you and refused to be open to all the love that you had for them? That's not the universe trying to guilt trip you. It's me just trying to explain the perspective of the universe. It's like, the universe can't show you how much it loves you if you're not open to seeing it. And the universe can't prove to you that it is working in your highest good if you don't believe it. Because at the end of the day, whether you can or you can't, you're right. And whatever you see is, and think and believe, is what is going to help or hurt your reality. So, yeah. Finally, we have, I forgive myself for allowing others to dictate who I should be and how I should express myself. I choose to believe that the unique expression of my truest self in each moment makes possible for the expansion into all existing aspects of who I am becoming. So, pile 1, oh, we just had one fall, so I'm going to take it and see what it is. I forgive myself for feeling as though my safety is dependent on another's decision to show up as I think they should. I choose to believe in that when I stop waiting for others to give me what I need and accept that responsibility, I discover a strength always available to me. So yeah, pile 1, I am going to leave this reading here and I'm going to head over to the extended now. So like I said before, what we're going to do is see why this person is in your life. We're going to get channeled messages from them. We're going to get channeled messages from your guardian angels and some final advice. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and to show your gratitude and appreciation for what I am doing. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can subscribe if you haven't already, you can click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new video. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can check out my merch, which is linked below, as well as my social medias, but do be aware that I have a lot of scammers pretending to be me, so I do not offer personal readings right now, and I will never try to solicit a personal reading from you via the DMs. But I will say, if you follow me on Instagram, you will likely be followed by 2 or 3 scammers pretending to be me. So I think that's all I have. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for allowing me to tap into your energy and see what's going on. I really hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 2. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Chrysler Heart and the Apparition Tarot, this is going to be your reading on how you feel about this person, how this person makes you feel. So first we got to see what person we're talking about. So we're going to go ahead and look at their energy. So I do want you to be aware that this is kind of like a mixture of who this person is objectively and then who this person is to you. So it's kind of subjective in the sense that this should be somewhat how you perceive them and somewhat how you know that they exist. So to start, we have the 1 in reverse. We have fire, the fire element, desire in reverse. I just realized I want I know it's Chrysocolla, I just can't say it very well, so I like to say, so I'm just going to say Chrysler. It's the Chrysler heart. We also have Femme Fatale. The light attributes highlights the erotic energy of the feminine, opens your heart when your dependency is rejected, and the shadow attribute is inappropriate use of sensuality, attachment to money, and power. We also have Walking Away in reverse. You guys got 2 of these romance cards. So the first one that we have is Friendship, and the second one we have is Patience. I guess I'll just put those like that. We also have the root chakra with Security. I know it might be confusing. You might think this is a solar plexus, but in this deck, the root chakra is yellow. And then we also have the ego response of the Martyr. And it says, I forgive myself for thinking I must look or act a certain way in order to be enough. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy And when I allow every aspect of my being to be expressed without discrimination, I realize the extent of my brilliance. And finally, we have boundaries. Okay, I'm gonna put this here and this here, because that makes sense. Let me make sure everything is in the... Woo, we're good. Yeehaw. Okay. So, pile 2. This is definitely somebody that I think you have mixed feelings about them, and I think that you're incredibly confused by them. And I don't think that this is something that is necessarily deliberate on their part. It might be, but it's less cognizant in their mind than you realize. This person really is... There's a disconnect between you and this person. And I feel like you see a lot of wonderful things in this person that this person does not see about themselves. The fact that we have the 1 in reverse, first of all, Lord of the Rings might be significant, but because I just keep hearing the 1 ring to rule them all. And I do think that this person holds weight in your mind and in your heart in a way that other people don't. But this person, they're incredibly disconnected. You may be disconnected from them currently, but this person is very disconnected from objective reality and life. With the 1 being in reverse, obviously, like, a lot of people, when they think about the 1, they think of like, oh, the 1 I'm gonna marry, or my 1 true love, or something like that. And I'm really not taking it, maybe that's from your perception, but I'm not taking that as like this person or what you definitely think about them or how you see them. I think that this person does not understand the concept of oneness. So with the 1, instead of thinking it as like the only one for you, or the only one there ever is, like, I think that it's nothing like that. It's more so, yeah, their lack of understanding of oneness. And if you don't know what oneness is, it's essentially the concept that everything is connected and we all are one. A great example of oneness can really be seen in the 2nd season. Well, okay, first of all, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in pile 1, but Neon Genesis Evangelion, that entire series is like the human instrumentality project is the idea of returning to oneness. And from a spiritual perspective, that whole show is so fascinating. I really want to do a deep dive into it someday, but that's for another time. But anyway, another example that I have is, if you've ever seen The Great, it's on Hulu, I believe. It's a very historically accurate version of Catherine the Great and her life. Elle Fanning plays Catherine. She's awesome, also an Aries queen. But there's this one scene in the 2nd season where Elle Fanning's character, Catherine, obviously, does shrooms with the patriarch. And it's established in the show that the patriarch sees God when he goes out in the woods and does shrooms. So they're both doing shrooms together, and they're both like laying on the ground looking up. Like, the cinematography in that show is also really awesome. But and it's just fucking hilarious. But anyway, so they're looking up at the sky, and, you know, obviously both tripping, and the patriarch is talking to her, you know, saying like, can't you see that giant man like in front of us? And Catherine's saying no. She's like, I see myself in everything. Like, everything is love. Like, I am this ant and this blade of grass. And it's like, and she just says it in a very beautiful and poetic way. And that is an idea that I really subscribe to and that I really believe in. The idea that really all there is love. At the end of the day, that's what God is. God is love, or spirit, or the universe, whatever you want to call it. I know some people are kind of iffy with like the verbiage God. I will say from personal experience, just being raised in Christianity and having a lot of like trauma with that, it took me a long time to be able to even say the word God without like feeling pain. So I understand if that's painful, but please understand I don't mean it in like a dogmatic way at all. I just mean the divine cosmic intelligence that unites all of us, and that, you know, that shit. So this person, so my point in talking about all of that, which I got way too deep into, is this person doesn't see that. The fact that we have security here, this person very much lives in a constant state of fear. And it's really highlighted in the shadow attribute of inappropriate use of sensuality, attachment to money, and power. This person could be incredibly physically attractive, which they definitely play to their favor. They don't have to be feminine or a woman by any means. I think femme fatale here is just saying that this is somebody that knows how to use their appearance, that knows how to use their strong attributes in their mind to get what they want. And I can tell just right off the bat, this is somebody that is incredibly emotionally unavailable. And that is mainly because I think that this person has a lot of wounds, a lot of baggage, a lot of things that they carry energetically, but that they're not aware is there. Because in their mind, I don't think that this person has a God complex by any means. I think this person hates themselves a lot. And that might break your heart in a way where you want them to see the better aspects of themselves, because I think that you do see a lot of value in this person. The fact that we have friendship and we have patience, I think that this is somebody that you may be stuck in a cycle with, or somebody that you may be stuck in a state of limbo with. And it may not be, I just heard Cold War in my head, like, and I don't think that this is necessarily a war, because I don't think that you're fighting this person, or I feel like this is very one-sided in the sense that this person cannot see the good nature and the good intentions of others, because they don't have those for themselves, and they are a very fearful person. And therefore, okay, so there's an ant on my light right now, and I think that they view a lot of people as below them. They view a lot of people as unworthy, or as like literally like below them, but that's literally like a projection of their own insecurities and their own sense of inadequacy. This is somebody who is very much in their ego, in the sense that, and it's interesting because I almost feel like this martyr energy more so comes from you, in the sense that I think you're very self-sacrificing for this person. I think that you do a lot to try to show this person that they're more than they think they are. But this person is not really opening their eyes, nor are they really willing to see. This person is stuck in the past. That's one thing. Like, just noticing how you know, in this the figure here, you can only see one eye, they're looking back. This figure here is looking back. These two figures, they're looking ahead, they're together. But that doesn't seem like, this person doesn't reciprocate what you give them, I think. And I also feel like maybe they don't see they may not understand your intentions behind what you do, because they don't have the same intentions, in the sense of they don't operate from a place of love. They operate from a place of fear. With security here, this person is in survival mode. And the interesting thing is that for some of you, I get the vibe like this person is well off, or comes from a good family, or comes from or maybe has built up a lot for themselves, but it's never enough. Like, this person has a void within that's very insatiable, that they continue to try to feed with material objects, validation from others, things like that. This person may really care about their image. I think they do really care about their image. And I think that this person has an ability to be hot and cold, with you, and I think others as well. I think that this person is somebody that, at the end of the day, they're on their team and nobody else's, because I think that growing up, that's what their upbringing was like. That's what they were taught. They were taught that the world was cruel, that it will chew you up and spit you out, and that you have to be willing to fight, you have to be willing to be ruthless, and you have to be willing to cut others down in order to get ahead, which is a very, very sad way of looking at the world, I'm gonna be honest. This is a very egoic way of living and thinking. And this person does not allow anyone that is able to see through them, to see to their core, to their soul, because they can't bear to look at that right now. I mean, they may be adorned with Gucci slides and a Chanel purse or some shit like that, but that's just their armor in a way of saying, I'm like, they feel the need to have those things to be like, oh, I'm better than you, or something like that, and it just makes their soul even more empty. Like, this has, and I don't mean to, no offense to this person, but this has sort of like Jen Shah energy. I'm not saying that this person is running like giant scams and ruining the lives of thousands of elderly people, but I do think that there is a part of them where, you know, if you've ever seen The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, I mean, I have to watch it because I just think it's so funny. But she's very like, well, let me just say this. This woman is literally like in a federal, like being federally indicted, and she's still on the show. Like, that is, and from a lawyer's perspective, that is just a nightmare. But like, her ego will not allow her to back away from the spotlight, you know? She's Jen Shah. She's going to do what she wants. And I think that this person has a similar energy in the sense where they do not consider outside opinions. They're not very self-reflective, because I don't think that they can bear to really look at themselves. I think that they get by in life by looking at life through, I'd say, gold-colored glasses. You know, all that glitters isn't gold. I think that they like to look at the glittery things. And I think there's a real competitive edge to this person where this person can't get over themselves, essentially, and that's why their ego is so big. And I also think that this person has a natural talent of reeling people in the sense that they can get whatever they want from them. And now, I don't want you to be sitting here and being like, oh my God, does that mean that they don't care about me? Does that mean, I don't know. I'm not reading their feelings, but I think that if you have a very deep connection to them, I'm not discounting that, because you have to trust what you feel, and you may have a very deep connection with this person, but it may be something that this person is not able to pick up, at least in this lifetime, or at least right now, because they are not connected to themselves the way you're connected to themselves. I would say that you are at least in a place where you're compassionate and giving towards others. And honestly, you both might be mirroring certain energies of martyring yourselves. So for this person, they may be martyring themselves in a way that they think is societally acceptable, in a way that they think makes them powerful, for thinking I must look or act a certain way in order to be enough. This person is trying to be enough by gaining enough, by having enough powerful people around them, by having enough followers or subscribers or whatever it may be, you know, by having enough employees, by having enough. This person is like very external. They do not go within, because that is just like a red flag on the play. Like, going within it is a no-no for this person, because I think that they are just so fucking afraid of what they might see. And I think that the shell of this very put together, glamorous person is really just a shell. Because when you look inside, there's a very scared, abandoned little child that is screaming to be seen by this person that has been all but completely abandoned. And they have wounds around abandonment. They have wounds around neglect. They have wounds around love. I don't think that this person had very kind or supportive parents. For some of you, like I just heard in my head, trust fund baby. Like for some, this person may have had parents that, like, you know, worked all the time and did not give them affection or sent them off to boarding school or something like that. I think that you live a much more compassionate and kind existence than this person does. And I can't stress enough how much of it has to do with the way that they were brought up. That's not excusing any of their behavior, but I do think that this is somebody where it's like you can't fully let go of them, but you can't fully let go of the idea that there's something deeper there, that there's something more. And the way that this person is, I think that they really get off on being chased. I think they really get off on people wanting them, people desiring them, and then either rejecting others or giving others the cold shoulder because they want people to work even harder for their affections. It's a very toxic way of treating others, and it's not fair. And I think that you have been incredibly patient with this person. And I almost think that this person might be the type of person to almost trigger others and prod them to get a reaction out of them, and then say, oh, see, I knew you were this way. And it's almost like they create a lot of self-fulfilling prophecies. And I think that this person is, living a very bleak existence, if I'm gonna be honest. It makes me really sad for them. And I think that if you care about this person, it makes me really sad for you too. Not in the sense of like, oh, I feel bad for you, but in the sense that I feel your pain, in the sense that when you care about someone, you want them to see all their wonderful qualities, but you can't heal them for them. You can't show them the way. You can't do their work for them. And so we'll have to see when we're in the cards. But one thing that I feel like is you both may be very attached to one another, in the sense that what this person gets from you is compassion, kindness, actually very divinely feminine energy. And you don't have to, like, it doesn't matter what your gender identity is or what your biological sex is. This is all about, like, feminine energy is very nurturing, it's very caring, it's very understanding, and I think that this person really finds safety and security in that, and I think that really freaks them out, because that's not something that they have really experienced, or if they haven't experienced it in a way where they're more receptive. Because I think it would be doing you a disservice if I didn't say that there wasn't a connection here, because there is. The thing is, though, is that I think that you get off on chasing this person, and I think that this person gets off on letting you chase them. But the interesting thing, and I want to tell you, Pile 2, is that this person needs you way more than you need them. And the funny thing is that they may not even realize that. They may think that you need them more than they need you. But the truth of the matter is that skills like compassion and kindness, well, I don't even think those are skills. I think those are virtues. Those make you way richer and way more abundant than this person will ever be. And I think the sad thing is that this person is not wanting to see what you see. Maybe out of stubbornness, maybe because they can't, maybe out of cognitive dissonance. But I can tell you're really struggling with this person. And we'll get into your feelings in a second, because I'm sure this is a very frustrating situation to be in. And you might almost be like addicted to this energy, in the sense that, and if that's the case, I think this person is too, where you both may highlight wounds within one another. Neglect wounds, abandonment wounds, things like that. And I think that you take a lot more responsibility for yourself and your own healing. You're much more aware than this person is. And so with this oneness, I think that this is somebody who is corrupted by power and, you know, shit like that. But the thing is that I don't even know if it's like genuine corruption, in the sense that I think that they were brought into this corruption in some way. Like, for some of you, this person could have like, their family could have like mafia ties, or like a criminal enterprise of some kind. There's this real pride of like going against the grain, or being different, or rising above circumstances. So if they weren't born into money, then I think that they could have been the exact opposite, or honestly just born into, really they could have been in any socioeconomic class, but they could have felt shame around what they didn't have, or they could have been really attached to material things. Look, there's this little guy. I think I'm gonna take him outside real quick, so I'm gonna be right back. Sorry about that, pile 2. Where was I? So yeah, I think that this person, they were brought up in a kill or be killed type of environment. Hopefully not literally, but if that was the case, I mean, man, that is gonna really severely change your brain chemistry, and that's something that's very hard to work through. And I think that there is I think that this person is just cold, and they have a lot of warmth within them, and they have a desire for warmth, but they won't even allow themselves to be open to that desire, because it's so different and so uncomfortable for them. It's not what they're used to, and they don't trust it, because let's be clear, this person is not a very trustworthy person, in the sense that they are only looking out for themselves. And I think that this person definitely tests people's patience, and definitely tests the limits on what they can get away with. And yeah, that's a difficult situation to be in with this person. So let's go ahead and see how you're feeling about them, because I definitely think that this is an excellent example of a case where it doesn't matter what they feel for you if it's making you feel like shit, you know? But I don't even know if this person is, I don't know if this person really is capable of feeling, at least right now, or if they feel very much at all. They may be very turned off in that way. Like, this person is not, like, when I look at their energetic body, like, they don't have a connection either to the ground, like to the earth, or to the cosmos. Like, they're disconnected in a lot of different ways. The only connection they have is to their ego and their ego's idea of how the world is, and it's really sad, not gonna lie. And I understand why you might really feel for this person. So let's go ahead and see how you're feeling about them. And hopefully that will help you discern and work things out for yourself, as I definitely feel like you're in a situation where you're just like, I'm tired of being at the spot, like the place that you're in right now. I did also want to mention that if this reading does resonate, there will be an extended where we're going to look at why this person is in your life. We're also going to get channeled messages from them. That's pretty much the only time their energy is going to be coming in again, after reading them, just to know who they are. And then we'll also pull advice, channeled messages / advice from your guardian angels, and then further advice from your guides in general. This person actually may have called you their guardian angel or something like that. They don't understand your kindness, I'm not gonna lie. The funny thing is that they might think that there's something wrong with you because of that, and it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna call foul on the play there. I don't think that's too accurate, but let's go ahead and see how you're feeling. So Spirit, how is pile 2? Okay, we have the 2 of Swords in reverse. How is pile 2 feeling about this person? 9 of Cups upright. How's pile 2? Knight of Wands in reverse. Yeah. We have the 3 of Cups in reverse. I don't know if anybody has seen the Rugrats Go Wild movie with like Rugrats and the Wild Thornberries, but that like Should I Stay or Should I Go song is like stuck in my head. It's like playing over and over. Okay, we have the High Priestess upright. Okay, let's clarify these now. Okay, yeah, we have the Nine of Swords in reverse. Clarifying the 9 of Cups. We have the 8 of Wands in reverse. We have the Hierophant in reverse. Okay. Spirit, what is this? 3 of Cups. Justice. Clarifying the High Priestess. King of Cups in reverse. The Star in reverse. And on the back of the deck, we have the Ace of Wands in reverse. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is, yeah, okay, yeah. I think that you see the truth about, I think deep down you know the truth about this person, but I think there's a part of you that doesn't want to admit it because it's painful to realize that no matter how much we care about someone or no matter how much we try to help heal them, we really can't, you know? I actually used to work before I did tarot full time. I used to work at a rehabilitation center for adults with mental health issues. And working there, it really solidified the lesson to me that you can give somebody all the resources in the world. You can give them all the help and assistance possible. But if they don't want to get better, there's no point in even I mean, I guess there is still point in trying. And I think that's really all you can do. But I mean, in a person's case, if they don't want to heal, if they don't want to change, if they don't want to get better, they won't. It doesn't matter how much support they have. It doesn't matter how many resources they have. Willpower is one of the biggest things in the sense that if this person does not want to get better, they won't. And I think you're getting really burnt out with this person, and I understand why. I think that they are incredibly controlling in the sense that they always have to have the upper hand in this situation. And with the 7 of Swords here, I think that this person is an expert at playing games. Like, I'm hearing Grimes in my head singing like Player of Games. Like, and you know, this person, they have a very disillusioned idea of what life is supposed to be like. They do not have a connection to themselves at all. The only connection they have to themselves is through their shell, their vessel, their appearance. And I think that you're feeling just very like tired. I think that you're exhausted. I think that you're burnt out, and understandably so. I think the hardest part though is that there is this part of you deep down where you have this hope that this person will one day wake up and realize how far their head has been stuck up their own ass, and they'll finally see the truth. But the thing is that lingering feeling, I think, is creating a lot more pain than you realize. The fact that we have the Two of Swords with the Nine of Swords here, I think that you have thought every which way about this person. I think that you have maybe watched tons of tarot readings, watched tons of, gotten tons of guidance. I do think that there is a bit of an emotional addiction to this person, where you maybe for you have like neglect wounds, and this person might mirror those wounds of neglect. And so it's almost like if you can get love from them, it'll be the sweetest love in the world, because it will finally prove to you that you are worthy of love, or that you can change this person, or that love is powerful enough to change anything. And I think the thing is, love is very powerful, but when someone's not open or receptive to it, love can't really do a whole lot. And there's a need to look at where maybe your love is not coming from a place of just genuinely wanting to give, but rather coming from a place of, if I give enough, then hopefully maybe at some point they'll finally see me as worthy, or they'll finally wake up and realize that like we're meant to be together, or that like I'm the one. And I think that this person is like your wish come true. And I think part of that is because this person has created an image of themselves, and I think that they do this to a lot of people. And I don't mean that in a way where like they're where like you're just a number. I don't think you're just a number to this person, but I do think that this person, like I said, gets off on being chased. And I think that this person is very good at creating an illusion of mystery around them, of secretiveness. But the truth is, there's nothing behind that shell but a void that they are way too afraid to look at, because they're living in a tower of illusions, and their own unhappiness is very much their own making. And I think you're realizing it's not your job to be that for them. If you're with this person or were with this person, I think that maybe you realize that you could never make this person happy, and that this person clearly isn't capable of making themselves happy, so there's no way that they could exist within a happy connection. I think that you're feeling really bummed out. I think that you're feeling really, really discouraged and really frustrated with the world and with life. And I feel the need to tell you that to be careful about what you interpret as being from the universe and what you project as hopes of being from the universe. Because I do think that this person was brought into your life for a very important reason. I think that they were brought into your life to get you to see things about yourself that maybe you were ignoring and martyring others for. But I think that this person, I heard lost cause in my head, but I never want to believe that anybody is a lost cause. But I think everybody is a lost cause until they decide that they're not. You know what I mean? And I think in this case, this person is not connected to any this person doesn't even seem to really have morality. I think that they run away from their problems. They run away from what does the stock market have to do with any of this, Spirit? So this person may be into like the stock market or something like that. Yeah, not very many teddy bears on Wall Street, I will say that. But I think that sometimes you act in irrational ways towards this person, like where you'll be like, oh, why did I do that? Or why did I do that? I was so dumb. But you have to recognize that when you take those actions that you immediately regret, or like immediately are like, oh, why did I do that? It's telling you something. It's telling you that you're desiring something. And you're acting in order to receive affection, a response, attention from them. And I think that this person, I don't know how deliberate it is on their part, but I do think there is almost an emotional addiction to this person where they may get you hooked on hope. And I don't fucking like that. Like, I'm just gonna be honest, I'm inserting my opinion here, but I think that is incredibly unfair to you. And this is a case in point example of how martyring yourself to helping a person like this is like trying to set yourself on fire to keep them warm. And all that happens is that you get burnt. Because this person is a taker. And I think that you have a lot to give, but this person knows how to be very emotionally manipulative. And I don't think that that's something that they learned on their own. I think that their family, I think that their parents especially, or their guardians, instilled this within them. These are deep generational patterns for sure. And even if they're adopted, it's the parents, whoever raised them, instilled a lot of unhealthy things within them. And I think that you're realizing that you do deserve better, which you do. Let me just say, pile 2, you deserve so much better. Holy shit. You deserve so much more. And I think Spirit brought this person in your life, which we'll look at that deeper in the extended. But the reason that, I've said this in readings before, but sometimes we have to be treated like shit in order to realize how much more we are than we think we are. To realize that we deserve better, and to realize that we deserve more. And I think with this person, you know, they are just somebody who, they're a flight risk. I'm hearing like Mine in my head by Taylor Swift. But this person, like I said, doesn't have this person doesn't feel connected to other people. In fact, there's a scary amount of disconnection with them. And I think you may be realizing intuitively, I think that you've really been doing some soul searching, because this person has triggered you to a point where you're just too exhausted to worry about them, too exhausted to have hopes about them, too exhausted to want more from them, too exhausted to keep trying here. And I think that that is very deliberate on Spirit's part. And you know, this is a timeless reading, so it doesn't matter when you see it, but I am filming it during Venus retrograde. And so this Venus retrograde may be pretty tough on you in the sense that you may be finally seeing like where you've been replaying maybe childhood wounds or childhood patterns. I think there's an addictive quality to this person that is similar to how you were brought up, that is translating through this connection. And I think that you've reached a point, like, because I feel like this has been a progression where, you know, this person comes in and out of your life. They may fill you up with hopes. And honestly, this person may be sincere about it every single time. I think one of the things that we have to remember when it comes to people like that is they're very convincing. And I think that they believe what they're saying when they say it. It's just that time passes and their mind changes. And so you might be really hard on yourself and be like, well, why didn't I pick up on it before? Why didn't I see that they were just using me? And it's like, I don't think that they were just deliberately using you. I think they thought that they could actually change, but this person is not actually committed to change. This person just forgets long enough that they have issues to buy into some sort of fantasy, and then when that fantasy becomes reality, they dip, because this person can't live in reality. And I think you're realizing that, and I think you're realizing that you deserve to live in reality. There's no point in putting your life on hold to wait for this person to figure it out. I think that you're becoming very disillusioned through your connection to this person. So one thing I do want to say is that do not let your connection with this person make you think that this was one big trick from the universe to like be like, surprise, haha, you don't deserve good things, like you suck. Like, no, that's not it at all. The universe uses connections to show us things about ourselves that we may not necessarily see otherwise. And until we heal those things, until we evolve and ascend certain behaviors, we're not going to be able to see why they were there in the first place. There is a method to the universe's madness, and it may not be the preferred way on our human perspective of how to go about things, but this is definitely somebody who is like a stepping block to a more truer version of you. And this doesn't have to be a romantic connection. This could also be a friendship or something like that. But I do think that there is an energy on your part where you may be so like starved of affection from this person that as a result, like you may have created coping mechanisms or found ways to fantasize about this connection to the point where it may be hard for you to know what's real and what's not anymore. And so I think I'm very glad that you're here. I'm very glad that you're on this video, because the biggest thing that I need you to know is to not feel shame for anything that I'm saying, or to feel dumb, or to feel bad, or to feel stupid. This is an incredibly common thing that a lot of people go through, and like it says nothing. This has, like, the truth of the matter is, when it comes to this person, the way that they treat you is so not personal. And I know it may not feel that way, but this is a person that is like a walking bomb. Like they just hurt whoever they come into contact with, because this person is just pain with a pretty shell on the outside. They're just pain. And I think that your compassionate, caring side feels that pain, and there's almost an addiction to trying to ease that pain or fix that pain or make them feel better. But this person definitely, they are not going to see the truth unless they see it themselves. You cannot show them something that they're not ready to see. And I think what you're realizing is that at this moment in time, this is not something that you can hold on to and still be in a good, healthy place. For those of you that watch Lindsay Ellis, obviously she left YouTube recently, which is really a huge bummer, but you know, I just hope that she heals and that she gets better and thrives and has a good, happy life. She said in her goodbye post something that was just very enlightened and very true. She said that we cannot heal if we're still attached to what is causing us suffering. And ergo, her reason for leaving, because she couldn't heal when she was still actively suffering. And so I think that you're realizing when it comes to this person that this person is like drowning, and you are a person who just learned how to swim. You don't have a life vest, you don't have a life jacket, and you may feel like if you go and save this person that you both will be able to go to shore and thrive together. But the truth of the matter is that this person likes drowning because that's what they know, that's what they're comfortable with. They may not like it if they realize there was an alternative, but their own limiting beliefs make them think that there is none. And so for you, you may think, oh, well, if I help them, well, if I save them, if I try to fix them, then we can both be better. And that's not the case, because if you're focused on fixing them and helping them, you're not looking at what's within you that needs addressed. And so that's partially why this connection may have been in this cycle for as long as it has, because you both can project things onto one another. Not that that's a totally normal human thing, by the way. I don't want you to feel bad about it, but you have an ability that this person doesn't. You have an ability to go within. You have an ability to see beyond your own bullshit. This person does not. They live an existence with shit-colored goggles on. Like, they are somebody that just does not have the capacity to be a good person in anybody's life, because they are just a massive ball of anger and pain and insecurity and sadness, and they cover that up with a little Prada band-aid. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that this person is materialistic in that way, but they definitely have some sort of ego attachment to the material, to looks, to things like that. And in your case, you know, I just heard in my head, don't save her, she doesn't want to be saved. And I think that you're realizing that this person doesn't want to be saved, and that if you try to help this person, they're just going to drag you down with them, and that's not fair to you. And that's not what you deserve. And so I think that how you're feeling is you're realizing that this is a pit that you're not going to get out of unless you sever your connection to it. That doesn't mean forever. You know, I believe that everybody is capable of change. I believe that everybody is capable of growth. But I think that the state that this person is in now, they're not really useful to anybody. They're not even useful to themselves, because they are literally living their lives based upon these very egoic delusions of what will make them feel whole or feel satisfied. Like, I'm hearing that Player of Games song again. Like, you know, Grimes says, like, sail away to the vast expanse of space. Even love couldn't keep you in your place. And it's, and that's the thing, is like, you know, this person doesn't value love. This person doesn't value that because they've either never received it or they don't know what that really is like. And you may be realizing, like, oh, this is not helpful for me. This is not what I need. And the divine is asking you to take the rose-colored glasses off with this person, because I think you are genuinely trying to see the best in them, and that's partially why you are continuing to be so confused when it comes to this situation, is because you're not looking. You have to take this person off the pedestal and really trust your intuition, because this person doesn't make you feel good. This person makes you feel really unhappy, and you may start convincing yourself that that's what you deserve. This person doesn't make you feel secure. This person doesn't make you feel cared for. This person doesn't make you feel loved. This person makes you constantly feel... Oh, my dryer is saying hello. This person makes you feel like you're not enough. And this person makes you feel like there's something there, that there's always somebody better than you. This person literally just makes you feel like crap about yourself. And I don't like that. I don't like that for you, and you shouldn't like that either. I mean, I guess I shouldn't tell you how to live your life, but like, a person who loves themselves is able to see when you know, a connection is more harmful than it is helpful, because relationships should add to your life. They shouldn't take away from you. You know, you should have a solid foundation on your own, and then your connections that you have in your life willingly should just add to your life, because, you know, human connections can be fickle, and human connections are very iffy. And if you have a solid sense of who you are and self-love, you know, it's a lot easier to get through the pain of that, because there always is pain with human connection. But I think what you need to realize with this person is, just because this person is not able to connect with you in the way that you would like to, doesn't mean that there's nobody that can connect with you. But one thing I do feel the need to say is that if you've been trying to manifest this person, or manifest an outcome with this person, or if you're trying to manifest like love or a relationship or something like that, but you only want it from this person, the universe is going to have a really hard time giving that to you, because this person is not in an energy to be able to do that. And with their own free will, they're not even in the direction of looking that way. They're only thinking about themselves. The way that they think about other people is what they can do for them. And it's a very self-centered way of seeing the world. And honestly, I pity this person. And I mean, I won't tell you how to feel for them, but I pity them. I think their existence is very sad. And I think your compassionate nature sees how sad that is and wants to show them that there's a different way. But you gotta let the person walk off the cliff or drown, because if they don't want to be saved, they're just going to take you with them. And that's not going to serve you in the slightest. And that's not fair to you. And so I definitely think when it comes to this person, I think you're realizing that you don't need them. And even though there may be a connection there, it's not reciprocal. So it doesn't matter what you're feeling. Well, I mean, your feelings do matter. It does matter. Like you can honor and trust what you feel, but you can still be realistic and recognize that even if there is a connection here, even if there are feelings here, it's not productive for you. It's not helping you grow. If anything, it's causing you to regress and creating more suffering in your life. And that's what this person does. And I don't think it's that they do it intentionally. It's just the very nature of their very sad existence. And I think the sad thing is that, you know, I think you're afraid to end things. I think you're afraid to let go of them, because what will happen? Like, you know, I just have to say right now, if this person ever threatens something like, I will hurt myself if you leave, or I will, you know, leave the simulation for good if you leave, that is abusive behavior, and that is not okay. And that is not your job to deal with. If this is like an abusive situation in any kind, like, please seek help. Like, please reach out. Like, you know, there's a lot of victim blaming that happens in abusive situations. It's really fucking unfair, and it is very difficult to get out of situations like that. And so I just don't want you to feel any shame for how you have treated this person, because I think that you've treated this person a lot better than most people treat this person. And unfortunately, this person treats all people the same way, as like commodities. And they may have put you as a more valuable commodity because you gave them something that they didn't have before. But this person will never be satisfied, in the sense that they can't even sit with themselves. They can't be present. They can't find value in small things. They're very shallow. They're very vain. And they live a very bitter and sad existence that, like, I don't think your guides want you to stick around and be a part of forever. You know, I think there's value in understanding that energy, value in realizing that that energy doesn't have to be the truth. But I think Spirit is saying that if you are putting all your eggs in this basket, I would prepare for those eggs to crack and to break. Because I just, yes, this person may be capable of change, but I don't see it anytime soon, and you don't deserve to sit around and wait to see what happens. That's like, you know, like hobbits, for example. You know, they're very, at least in Lord of the Rings, you know, they're very like simple, down to earth. They have a, you know, they have like a very kind of set way of doing things. And that's kind of how this person is, in the sense that they may be very set in their ways, or there is a lot in their life that has to happen before their ways are changed. But the beautiful thing is that it's not your job to change them. It's not your job to fix them. It's not your job to heal them. The idea that you can heal someone else when you're not even healed is literally you just projecting your own desire to feel whole and to feel full and to heal onto that person. Because it's hard to put that back on yourself. It's hard to focus on yourself. It's hard to care about yourself, but it's worth it. And it helps you see these things in a more clear light, because it's hard to look at this person clearly when you have hopes and desires and wishes related to them, and when their behavior is fickle, and when you don't know what the truth of what they're saying is. And that's why you have to be strong in your own truth. Because once you're strong in that, it doesn't matter what this person says or does. You'll see through it and you'll know. I think you see wonderful qualities within this person that they don't see themselves. And if they don't see it, those wonderful qualities might as well not exist. You know what I mean? Because until they can tap into them, they're not real. And I think what you need to know is that if you've been looking for a sign to move forward, or to keep your options open, or that you deserve better, this is it. Because this person is not doing you any favors. They are just taking from you. And I don't think that you necessarily have a lot to give to begin with. I think you just have a very, an amazing capacity to give because of your kind-hearted nature. But that also could be from a people-pleasing way of thinking. So I think what you really need to know here is that you shouldn't feel bad for how you've gone about things, because you can't chastise yourself for what you didn't know before. You know what I mean? We learn a lot of times through doing and through experiencing. And I think that this has been an important experience for you, in the sense that you can't force your own vision or force what you want to happen on somebody who just doesn't want that. And I think what the universe is saying is that they want to grant your wishes and your blessings. They want to bless you with things. But if you're not giving them much freedom to deliver those blessings, it's going to make manifesting things a lot harder. So like I was saying with this person, you know, if you're only manifesting something from them, you might be like, why isn't the universe giving me my manifestations? And the universe is going to be like, because the person you're trying to get it from is like literally they're as dense as a fucking rock. Like, they're not connected to divine wisdom. They're not connected to the universe. They're not connected to signs. And one thing I did want to say too is with signs, if a sign makes you feel more confused and distraught, it's not a divine sign. It might be an egoic sign, but true divine signs are clear. They make sense. They make you feel lighter, and they're easier to understand. But if you are wondering, is this person going to get their comeuppance? Is this person going to get what they deserve? Baby, they get it every single day, just existing as them. I literally cannot stress enough how sad and bleak their existence is. And I'm actually very happy that I'm in your energy, because I don't want to fucking feel theirs, like with peace and love. Like, it's very sad. And you should not look at yourself as like an idiot or stupid. You should feel bad for them. And I think you do. But I think it's gotten to a point where you may be shaming yourself for being compassionate towards this person and trying to help this person. And that is a valiant thing. But at the end of the day, like I said, you can't set yourself on fire to keep this person warm. And I think you're realizing that you deserve so much more. And you're right, you do. And I just got to turn this star upright. because you deserve justice, you deserve hope, you deserve good, wonderful things, and you deserve people in your life that are going to give to you in loving ways the same way that you give to them. You may find that you are drawn to emotionally unavailable people because that is what you're used to, or that is what your normal is. And so I would say there's maybe some healing that you want to look into within your emotional body. I also just heard cognitive behavioral therapy in my head. So maybe looking into CBT or looking into counseling or something like that could be really helpful for you, because I think that trying to heal this all on your own, while I think is possible, I think it could prolong the process, because you still have your own doubts, insecurities, fear, shame that you're throwing back on yourself. And I think that having an outside party that's looking at things objectively can stop those negative thoughts and negative beliefs in their tracks and say, okay, no, that's not realistic. That's not fair to yourself. I think that you really need somebody that can advocate on your behalf until you're strong enough to see how truly worthy you are of all these wonderful things. So that is what I'm seeing. So we're going to go ahead and get into your advice now. And we're going to start with surrender cards. As I cut the deck, surrender to complete healing, but we'll see if it comes out. And there's another thing I wanted to say as well. Do not expect healing to be a linear process or something that just happens. Healing never ends, and truthfully, what needs to be healed will emerge when it's time for it to be healed. You know, you don't have to stare at a cut and watch it and like focus your intention on it for it to heal. Like, you know, your body has mechanisms to help it heal on its own. And I think Spirit is saying it's through these things that we show you how to heal, and we support you and we help you grow. But I think what you need to know is that you are so worthy and deserving of love. And the fact that you're not getting it from this person does not say a thing about you. It only shows that this person is not capable of that. Okay, so Spirit, what advice do you have for pile 2 when it comes to this person and when it comes to this connection? Surrender your desire to control people. Being over-controlling can sabotage relationships. To more effectively achieve your goals, back off, regroup, and give the situation some breathing room. Yeah, I think that you both are kind of trying to control the situation, and you may feel like, I'm not trying to control them, I'm just trying to make them better, I'm just trying to help them heal. That's a form of trying to control them. That's a form of, you know, trying to make them see your way of life, trying to make them see the light. You both are trying to control the situation, and the more that you realize you're two sides of the same coin, not in the sense that like, well, truthfully, I would say this person is like a penny and you're like, what's the most valuable coin in existence? Whatever that is. Because there's nothing more valuable than being compassionate and seeing love and good things in the world. That is more valuable than all of the stock in Tesla, you know, all of the money in the world combined. Money is just a tool. Money is not real, and unfortunately it's how our world works, but love is so much stronger than any of that. Let's see. And you know what this has to me, what this card makes me think of? It's almost like Bellatrix Lestrange and Voldemort, you know? It's like you're only going to be corrupted by this person. You're not going to help this person see the light. But like, I don't think you're evil. I don't think you're like Bellatrix, but like, you know, Voldemort doesn't give a shit about anyone but himself, but he may love what people do for them. You know what I mean? Let's see, what else, Spirit? Surrender to joy. A key to positive change in your life is to let joy in and savor it. Indulge in random acts of smiling during both the hard and easy times. Keep surrendering to more joy. Yeah, just because this person can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. And I think that the more you try to show it, the more that you're just going to cloud your view of a joyful existence. This person's existence isn't joyful, so you can't create one with them, you know? You can't have an apple orchard with orange seeds, you know? We also have surrender to your soul's path. Your life's journey has been perfectly designed for your soul's growth. Embrace every lesson and every moment. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or situation, turn the dilemma over to spirit. Doing so will help you bring clarity or even solve the problem. Yeah, you know, with these two cards over here, you're like thinking yourself into insanity. Like, you know, and the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And so I think that's just where this person is. It's just where this person is at. And the more you release control, the more you realize it was never your job to help this person to begin with. And it was never your role to show this person the truth. I think this person had a role in showing you the truth more than anything. So we're going to see what ego needs maybe blocking you from healing, or like what you need to forgive yourself for. So I forgive myself for avoiding the experience of that which is new and unknown. I choose to believe that when I accept life's invitation to try something I have not yet experienced, I discover an even deeper connection with the miraculous complexity of my being. Yeah, you know, one thing, I've never said this out loud. It might be messy for me to admit this on the internet, but I don't care. I'm so glad I didn't know pick a card readings existed when I was healing from my ex-boyfriend, because after I healed from that relationship, I realized, like, I just saw the truth of everything. I was just so much more aware. But I could imagine that if I was like watching those readings, I may have gotten myself stuck in a cycle where it made it harder to move on, you know? And I think that, you know, maybe spirit has been encouraging you to try something different, and maybe you're just afraid to let go of this person, because what if you can't find someone that connects with you in the way that they do? And like, I think spirit's saying, like, you don't even know the half of it. Like, I think that once these newer connections come into your life, once you're in a more joyful spot and in a place where life is a bit more peaceful, I think you'll realize, oh my God, I was literally like I was so wrong in thinking that this was all there was, or that this was all I was deserving of, or that there couldn't possibly be anything better. Like, I feel like you're looking at like, I don't know, I'm not gonna finish that thought. Let's keep going. Okay, yeah, these make sense. I forgive myself for thinking I need to know exactly where it is I am going before taking a step forward. I choose to believe that the path before me will be illuminated the moment I garner the courage to trust myself and make the first move. Yeah. You don't, like, part of the reason why people struggle so much to like make moves towards their life is they feel like they need to know where their path is going before they take the first step. But really, part of following the divine and having faith in your soul's journey is taking those steps before you know where they'll lead, because they're going to lead you somewhere beyond your wildest imagining, something better than you could have ever imagined for yourself. We also have, I forgive myself for resisting my need to sit in stillness and process both my past and my present. I choose to believe that when I acknowledge my fear of not being able to adequately provide, I enable myself to access and receive support as necessary. We also have, I forgive myself for thinking I need others to understand my dream before it is safe to pursue it. I choose to believe that when I alone honor my desires, I allow for the emergence of a truer version of myself and the alignment with my highest potential. And on the back of the deck, we have, I forgive myself for shaming and rejecting the experience of imperfection. I choose to believe that my unique expression invites me to show up in ways that may challenge ideas of what is currently preferable in order to make room for something greater. So really what you're doing in this process is making room for something greater. And this one wanted to come out as well. I forgive myself for thinking that I know better than life itself. I choose to believe that the exact circumstances needed to create the experience most suitable for me is perpetually being created regardless of what I think or do about it. Yeah. So let's get you some positive guidance cards before we move over to the extended, because I definitely think that y'all need some. So Spirit, what positive guidance do you have for pile 2, please? Give and receive love. Give love with a generous heart and receive love with an open heart. And career, your career holds exciting, positive energy around it right now. Expect miracles. Wow, we love that for you. What else, Spirit? Okay, these two. Be proud. You should be so incredibly proud of yourself and what you have achieved. Reward yourself and relax. Everything is okay. Everything is working out perfectly, and this situation will resolve effortlessly. Expect miraculous solutions to unfold. And on the back of the deck, we have good vibrations. You're vibrating at a high level. Use this to your advantage. The law of attraction will work very effectively for you right now. So I just want to finish off this reading before we go into the extended with saying, I'm sending you all my love, and I am seriously rooting for you. I am rooting for your healing. I am rooting for your growth, and I am rooting for you to see how valuable and worthy you are of good and wonderful things. And I am rooting for you, not in a problematic tyro way, but in a loving, compassionate way where I know that you are going to see the truth. I know you are going to see what is real, and I know you are going to be okay. So yeah, I just want you to know that you've got this. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of the fact that you're even able to sit through a reading like this. Obviously, this is not comfortable things to hear, but the truth isn't always comfortable. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, this is your person, because like this person shouldn't be anyone's person. Like unless there's somebody equally as devoid and shallow that matches them, which then that's scary. But, you know, not your job to understand or know about. So I'm sending you so much love. If you want to meet me over in the extended where we're going to look at why you met this person, we're going to get channel messages from them, channel messages from your guardian angels, and further guidance from your spirit guides. Feel free to check that out. It will be linked below. But if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, you can subscribe if you haven't already, you can click that little bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch and my social media, which are linked below. Do be aware though that there are a lot of scammers impersonating me right now, so just know that I'm not offering personal readings. And I will never try to solicit a personal reading from you via the DMs. If I do personal readings again, you will know. But I just don't have room for them in my life right now. But I just want to thank you guys so much for being here and for allowing me to read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 3. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the flower agate heart as well as the rainbow heart tarot, this is going to be your reading. So to make sure we are asking about the correct person or that this pile will even be relevant to you, we are first going to look at who this person is. I don't know why I'm brain farting. So let's just go ahead and start. This is kind of a messy. I was like getting ready and then like the cards went everywhere, so I had to like, I don't know why I'm justifying myself. Interesting energy in this pile just to start off. So we have Capricorn with IUs. We also have the King. We have, okay, you guys need to go over here. We have the Goddess of the Moon, as well as the Divine Child. The light attributes are innocence, purity, and redemption. Suggests a special connection with the divine, and the shadow attribute is inability to defend oneself against negative forces. We also have, now they need to come back, we have Serenity. This is the sacral chakra in this deck. And we also have Spy. And then finally we have Forgive, as well as I forgive myself for feeling as though I need to prove that I am good enough to receive that which I desire. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy, and my worth is not dependent on the way I show up or the extent to which I share with the world. So because I was so discombobulated, I forgot to say what I've been saying in all the piles. So this is kind of a mixture of who this person is objectively and then who this person is to you. So just putting that out there. Anyway, so this person is a bit of a contradiction, but not in like a negative way. For some of you, I definitely see that like you're already like you might be with this person, you might be in a committed relationship with this person, or and I just heard it on and off, so like something like that. You could work with this person or just see this person as a hard worker. This person definitely has a connection to the divine. They're either spiritual in nature, or even if they don't really have a spiritual side to them, they exude spiritual qualities because there is an inherent goodness to this person, but it can be distorted if they're not careful. This person is very, very ambitious, and they work really hard, and I think that's why we have the King and Capricorn here. They have this very like confusing energy, which I think is coming from you on this end, where like maybe sometimes you don't know what version of them you're going to get, or they just keep surprising you. Like I heard enigmatic. But this is definitely somebody who has a very sweet and a very pure heart, in the sense that they want good things for all people. And in fact, I think that this person maybe has been has lost their way before, and every single time that has happened, they have found themselves in a whole new way. This person could also be a night owl, side note, with the goddess of the moon, but I think this has more to do, like I just heard Cancer energy could be significant. So Capricorn and Cancer here, cardinal energy in general, which I think, yeah, Cancer and Capricorn are cardinal energies, and then Libra and Aries are also cardinal energies. So they could have that. This is somebody who definitely marches to the beat of their own drum. They could be looked up to by a community or by the people around them. They could also be the head of a household, possibly your household. But the interesting thing is that I don't think that this person sees themselves as a king. If I'm being honest, I think that's maybe more from your perspective. You may put this person on a pedestal, or you may see this person as like, they could be really successful. So it could be that, or maybe it's just their priority in your life is like, makes them king, in the sense that like, you're like your priorities towards them are maybe like more important, say, than towards other people. But for some of you, you may not be talking to this person at all. The fact that we have forgive here, maybe you are hoping that this person will forgive you for some reason, or maybe this person is seeking your forgiveness. I do think that this is somebody who is learning how to go with the flow a little bit more. I think that's something that they were naturally good at, but the more ambitious they became and the more like career and goal oriented they became, I think the more they lost touch of their natural energy, their natural like this energy is like the best way I could describe it, this divine child energy. It's like no matter how old they are, there's a youthful spirit to them, and I think that's because they are connected to their inner child. Like this is somebody who likely watches old movies. Ah, shit. Okay, luckily that has nothing to do with your reading. I just knocked something down. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like just knocking things over. Hopefully that's all of it. Anyway, this person, their priority at this point, at this time, is just to have peace in their life. I think that's something that they really miss. And with this Serenity card being here, this is a sacral, this represents the sacral chakra. And in this case, I do think that there is a lot of desire between the two of you. Like, I will be careful with this. Depending on the connection, there could have been a physical connection here, or a creative connection of some kind, maybe both. There's a lot of feelings that I think both you and this person keep hidden underneath the surface. The fact that we have this crocodile here, which I think it's a crocodile, not an alligator. I just heard in my head, see you later, alligator, after a while, crocodile. But, you know, the crocodile kind of represents, like, submerged things that are kind of hidden underneath the surface. And I think that this person hides a lot of their true nature with a very serious and ambitious exterior. And I think that this ambitious nature and this ambitious exterior isn't really something that they set out to do, but more they set out to prove their worth. The fact that we have this martyr card here, I think that this person felt like the way that they were naturally, they weren't really taken very seriously. And I think that I don't want to say inspired, because I don't think that it really inspired them. I think it pushed them to push limits and to push what they thought was possible to create success for them. This could be somebody that you're spying on, or they could be spying on you. Maybe this is an online connection, or like you're only able to communicate with them online at this moment if you're not in the same area as them. But I do think that this is somebody who you feel naturally connected to. Like, I'm definitely curious to see, like, what in your extended, like, why this person is in your life. But I do think that this is somebody who, when they're in alignment with their truest self, they want to improve things and improve the world for all beings. And when they are out of alignment with their true self, I think that this person can be very quick to anger, can get very frustrated and overwhelmed really easily, can kind of shut down and like not really be able to act in ways that they truly align with. Like, I think this person can get blocked from their truest self sometimes in the pursuit of like egoic things like success, which success is a subjective thing anyway, but whatever their subjective definition of success is, or like whatever they're going towards in school or career or whatever. But I really think that this person is somebody who is trying to ground. They're more I just heard Piscean in my head, so they could have some Pisces energy. They're more like mystical, fluid, intuitive nature, and like I think they're really working on grounding that into something that is practical and real. I think this is somebody that you look up to in a lot of ways. I think that this is somebody that you intuitively feel connected to. Even if you don't think that this person is very spiritual or very intuitive, they are. It's just not in the same way that you are maybe, or it's just not something that they outwardly show. And that could be due to like stigma or shame, because this person definitely feels like they're not good enough the way they naturally are. And I think that has been the catalyst for all of this ambitious drive. And I think that this person has been unlearning a lot of habits, but I think that really what drove them to this success is this shadow attribute of an inability to defend oneself against negative forces. I think that this person was torn down a lot growing up. Like, it kind of blows me away how similar these two cards are. Like even this cute little guy's shirt is like the same as this background in the King card. It's like, I think that this person would have been content living a very simple life and just kind of doing whatever made them happy. But unfortunately, they were born into a place, one, with like, credit scores and shit like that. And then two, I think that this person has really been beaten down by how cruel society can be. And like, I think as a result, they got knocked down enough times by negative forces that they couldn't really defend themselves against, that they they learned how to pick themselves back up and become somebody that mainstream society will not chastise and degrade and be prejudiced towards if they're in a place of legitimacy, if they're in a place of power. And I'm actually thinking of a Martin Luther King Jr. quote that's like, power without love is like, it's not good, but I mean, he said much more eloquent words, like power without love is like abusive and something else, but then love without power is like anemic and something else. And like the quote, essentially the point of what he's trying to say is that power and love must coexist in order to be like truly beneficial and good. And so I think that this person has been learning to balance love and power. I think they've been learning how to I did also want to mention, if anybody knows that quote and you want to, oh my God, and Martin Luther King, I don't even know why I didn't even notice that. So yeah, there could be something significant there. Shout out to Martin Luther King Jr. Like, what a king, literally. Yeah, you know, like he did amazing things, and you know, maybe that's somebody that this person looks up to or strives to emulate, in the sense of like, maybe not like literally, but like in the sense of holding on to those ideals, holding on to what he fought for, things like that. I think that this person is in a phase of maturation and a phase of, sorry, I'm cracking my knuckles, I didn't even realize it. This is somebody who's learning how to let go of a lot of the things that weighed them down in the past. And I think they're starting to learn that they don't need to be so hard on themselves all the time. So what your connection is to this person, I think, is going to be different. I have the urge to burp. I blocked it. Well, not blocked it, but just did it quietly. You're welcome. I think that I think there's a lot underneath the surface that you don't see from this person. And so I do want to say, like, if you only see them on social media or something like that, do not project assumptions that this person is like much better off or much in a much better place than you or something like that, because remember, social media is not real in the sense that everybody puts their best. It's like the Stepford Wives of like the entire planet, you know, it's all fake, it's not real, it's all just, you know, well, we can do really cool real things with it, but you know what people project on social media is not always like the reality of their situation, you know what I mean? But I do think that this person is very well-rounded in the sense that I think that they try to live a balanced existence. I think that they're trying to take more responsibility for themselves and for what they're doing. And I think that they are really trying to release old habits and unlearn old patterns. And I think that if you haven't seen a serious side to this person, I think that that is what's developing. But for most of you, I think that you've maybe seen a lot more of the serious side of this person and not much of that inner whimsy and like light and funness. Like, I don't know, I would just, oh my God, what's that movie? The Last Mimsy? That is a blast from the past. I don't even remember when that was in theaters, but that just came in my head. So that could be a specific movie for someone. I think it's called The Last Mimsy or something like that. Mimzy. I can't even remember what that movie is about. I think I saw it in theaters once and completely forgot it existed. So I'm interested to know how old that movie is, because I'm sure it's been a while. But that could be a significant movie. But yeah, so if that sounds like the person that you're asking about, let's go ahead and see what you are feeling for them. And hopefully I won't knock any more shit off my table. So you guys chose the Rainbow Heart Tarot. Yeehaw. I love this deck. This is also a deck that you can find on Etsy. It's not on, I don't believe it's on Amazon unless the creator put it on Amazon recently. But I also wanted to mention, if this reading resonates and you want to go deeper, there will be an extended where we're going to look at why this person is in your life, like what they're teaching you and things like that. And then we're going to get channeled messages from them, and then we're going to get channeled messages and advice from your guardian angels. And then we're just going to go even deeper into advice. So they've been pretty juicy so far, and I have very much enjoyed them. So if you want to check that out, please feel free. I don't want you to feel pressured. Totally understand if you don't want to, but just thought I would throw it out there and promote myself, because I'm trying to not feel so much shame for promoting myself and being proud of myself. I think that's a hard thing to do. Yeah, this is the kind of shuffling we were looking for. Okay, that's good. So let's go ahead and see now how you're feeling about them. So Spirit, how is pile 3 feeling about this person? Okay, we have the 5 of Cups. Okay, this came out on its side, so how does it... Okay, I think this wants to... Okay, we have the 8 of Wands. We have the Star in reverse. Okay, we also have the Hermit in reverse and the 9 of Cups upright. Pretty sure the 9 of Cups has been in every single reading in a different context. I always find that so interesting when it's like the same card, different energies. Okay, can we clarify the 5 of Cups, please? Okay, we have the Knight of Wands. What about the 8 of Wands? Okay, you want to go upright? Which way you want? Okay. Okay, so we have the Knight of Swords. Okay, clarifying the Star. We have the Devil in reverse and the 7 of Cups. I'm actually going to put them together. I think they're both clarifying the Star. Okay, what about the Hermit? We have 2 again. Okay, haha. We have the Empress and the Ace of Cups in reverse. Okay. I'm gonna do it like that. Sorry if that's too many titties for you. I'm just gonna go like that for now. Okay. And what about the 9 of Cups, Spirit? Okay. We have the 9 of Wands. All right. So on the back of the deck, we have the Lovers in reverse. Okay, so from what I can see here, I think it would be very unlikely that this is like just a friend or something like that. It could be, but even if it's just a friend, it's like a pretty intense friendship. And it's interesting because I was feeling a lot of like sun and moon elements, and I think that you both maybe one of you is more moony and the other is more sunny, like that. I don't know, that's not a good way of describing things, but this is somebody that you really care about. And I think with the Lovers in reverse, I think that there is a lack of harmony here that you're not fond of. What's underneath that? Yeah, the 6 of Swords. I think that you want to move forward from the past with this person. I definitely think that there is at least some history here. I mean, the fact that we had Forgive in the original cards, I think that is very telling. It seems like you want to take action and communicate something towards them, but you may be struggling because you're not the type of person to be very hopeful. And with the Devil in reverse, I think that maybe there was a time in your life where you got really stuck in like a loop of unhelpful coping mechanisms and unhelpful ways of viewing the world. Because with the 5 of Cups here clarified by the Knight of Wands, I feel like either this person's behavior really disappointed you or your own behavior towards this person really disappointed you. But I also think that this wasn't just about this person. I do think that this person sparked a deeper realization within you, maybe, that a lot of the things that you were taking action towards were like, at least self-destructive ones, were out of like trying to fill or trying to avoid some sort of wound or pain or sadness. Sorry, I'm not about to cry. I notice that every time, a lot of times when I like have to burp, it sounds like I'm about to cry. And no, it's just that I'm burping. I'm sorry if that's gross. But it happens when you're channeling, because you're like releasing like energy, hopefully negative energy. And I think that maybe there has been negative things in the past here. And I truly think that both of you are sad about how things turned out here. And there's definitely some impulsivity between the two of you. Like, I definitely think, especially with the Lovers being here, oh, and the Ace of Swords, like, the truth needs to be spoken between the two of you, and I don't think it has. And with the Knight of Wands here, there's a combative, like, energy to you where maybe you don't like to admit when things feel very difficult, and maybe you don't like to admit when you're feeling low. And so as a result, it's like you almost fight the negative feelings instead of allowing them to be there, because you almost feel like that's the real problem. But I do want to reframe something for you, because negative feelings are not there to like punish you or to shame you. You do seem to be the type of person that is maybe more rational in a lot of ways, or logical in certain ways. And instead of viewing emotions as like something that is affecting you or afflicting you, view it as data. View it as data trying to give you information, and sit with those feelings instead of, you know, immediately when you feel discomfort with uncomfortable feelings. Sit with those feelings and see what they tell you, and see what insights they can give you. A lot of difficulties in this connection may stem from the fact that both you and this person have a hard time sitting with negative feelings and or confronting difficult situations. It seems like you have a lack of hope in this connection, or you may be kind of shaming yourself because there's things about this person or this connection that you didn't see before. And I think Spirit is asking you to realize that your mindset is really affecting your ability to even feel in the first place. Because if I'm being honest, there's not a lot of feelings here. No, that's actually, I'm lying when I say that. There are a lot of feelings here, but the feelings here are like, they're almost like buried under ice. Like they're stuck under a layer of ice. And that ice kind of needs to be broken. You know what I mean? It's like nothing can get out, because it's just, it's a froze zone. It's completely, oh my God, now I'm seeing that scene from The Incredibles. Where Frozone's supposed to take his wife out, and she's like, he's like, "Where's my super suit?" And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Where is my super suit?" And she's like, I don't know. And then there's like all that chaos going on around them, and he's like, "This is for the greater good." And she's like, "Greater good? Like, I am the greatest good that you're ever gonna get." And it's just like the funniest thing ever. And I think that actually might be a good metaphor for this connection, or example of how this connection plays out, because you know, maybe you two really care about each other, or really care about what the other thinks of them. And as a result, like, small little things may be conflated, like molehills may be turned into mountains in this connection, because there's just so much intense energy that's not being tapped into because of the sheer discomfort that it brings. And I think as a result, like, I honestly see you and this person in this Nine of Cups and this Nine of Wands. Like, you both seem to be in these energies, because there does seem to be a separation here. It doesn't have to be like a literal separation, but like a separation of just like, you know, what's the word I'm trying to find? not conversing, but like a mutual flowing of energies towards one another. It's like you both are trying to ignore an elephant in the room, or avoiding one another so you don't have to talk about an elephant in the room. Because with the Hermit in reverse, with the Empress and the Ace of Cups, I do think that there is a part of you that's really uncomfortable facing the significance of this person, or there may be a lack of understanding as to why things in this connection have happened the way they have. Like, you may have placed expectations on how this connection would go, or what would truly happen here, or what you expected to happen, and then when that wasn't the reality, you may have been like, wait, universe, like I thought you were giving me clear signs. And, you know, maybe the universe was, but sometimes as humans, we project human things onto the universe and say it's their fault. So like a macro example of this would be like, oh yeah, well, like if God is real, then like why is there war and disease and like shit like that? And it's like, well, there's war because humans can't work shit out on their own, and there's disease because, you know, when you create life, like, creates lots of different things, and until you have the scientific technology to battle it, it's gonna do you dirty, you know? Like, a lot of things about life are just hardships of life that come with creation, that come with being separate from the oneness of the divine, that come with having a human experience. Parents will understand this. Shout out to my parents. You know, you can create a kid, but you certainly can't control what it does, especially when it gets older. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like a micro example of how the universe works for all of us. You know, the universe can create us, but it can't force us to do anything, you know? As badly as you may want your kid to follow their basketball scholarship, they may just want to do musical theater. And you know, just stuff like that. I think that there's an energy where maybe the both of you have relied almost too heavily on the universe to work things out, and haven't really taken any initiative to work things out together. Or, well, if one of you is not being receptive, then that's going to be a lot harder. But one thing I'm seeing here is that there's a lack of trust, either with this person or with how the universe is treating this connection. Like, I feel like one of the things I will say, I don't want to like be disparaging to anyone else in like the spiritual community, because like we all have different strengths and different weaknesses, but you may be like over consuming sort of these sorts of readings to the point where you may just be confusing yourself. And I don't want you to feel shame for that, because that's actually like, that can be common. And I think it's actually an important step in truly understanding ourselves more. Well, not important, like everybody has to do it, but I think that there is a reason for the people that it happens to, because you're seeking information, and the more information you have, the more that it can either confuse you or give you clarity. And I think that really the point of these readings is not for me to sit here and be like, this is your situation, whether you like it or not. Like, I'm never wrong, and I know what I'm doing. So if you don't agree, it's your problem. Like, no. I am just a pair of talking hands on the internet. And really what I am here to do is to help you reflect on what it is that you're truly feeling. And so if you're watching a reading and it's not resonating, don't force it. Like, if you're watching this right now and it's not resonating, don't force it, you know? Try a different reading or take a break. Figure out what you feel for yourself, because truly things like this are most useful when you're already having some sort of communication with yourself and understanding of what's going on internally, because tarot and like things like this are truly the most effective when you have some understanding of yourself or what's going on with you, and it will help confirm a lot. I think that there's just lots of confusion in this connection, and I think that there could have been toxicity in this connection, or just a lot of like difficult energies to deal with. And I think that I don't think that you're feeling this. I think that you're thinking this. I think that you're thinking that no matter what you do, this situation won't work out, or no matter what, like maybe the universe just doesn't care about you, and maybe the universe just won't give you what you want, because the universe is just like, nah, pile 3, like I thought about giving you what you wanted, but I just decided I didn't really feel like it. The universe does not work that way. The universe is divinely loving, and the universe wants what's best for you. And so if there is some separation, or some sort of, or there's been some sort of time apart with this person, it does seem like there is a valuable reason for that. And I think a huge part of it is your need to go within and see your own worth. Once again, I say once again because this has kind of been a theme in some of the readings, that you may be putting this person on an unnecessary pedestal. And I think the divine is trying to remind you that this person is a human just like you. Even if they do seem to have some sort of abilities, or even if they do, and even if you do deem them as more successful than you, or things like that, this person is a human too. And all humans crave like connection and understanding and things like that. And of course, you know, there are people that fear that, there are people that run away from that. But I think that the universe is saying that the truth of this connection becomes abundantly clear when you actually listen to yourself. Because you know what this tells me when it's upright? So many titties. I think the universe is saying that if you listened to your heart, if you listened internally, you would realize that this person is very significant to you. With the Empress being here, this person doesn't have to be a feminine. I just think that this person connects to your inner divine feminine, in the sense that, like, I think that you both want to share a connection that is more nurturing, more understanding, more allowing, more forgiving, that flows easier, that doesn't need to be controlled. And I think that when you truly listen to what's inside your heart, you realize that you really want an opportunity to make things right, or to reignite things, or to say, I'm sorry I just heard, or to get things going. But for some of you, if you're already with this person, it is quite possible that you may be separated from this person for a reason outside of your control, like you know, COVID, for example, or like a visa issue, or something like that. And I think that if that is the case, then I think Spirit is encouraging you to kind of continue what you're already doing, which seems like holding on to the faith that you have and continuing to make your present reality as pleasurable and as joyful as possible. I do think that there is a part of you that is holding on to this connection, where Spirit is really saying that you can let go of it, in the sense that, like, you don't need to figure out how this is going to come together. You don't need to figure out when, where, how, or why. You really just need to focus on your own heart and what your own heart is feeling and what your own heart is experiencing. Because the more you kind of fill up that good energy for yourself, the easier you'll really be able to accept the fluctuations within this connection, the lack of understanding. You know, the thing about the universe is that its ways are very, like, elusive and hard to understand, and that's because, you know, we're not supposed to understand everything all the time. It's not relevant, it's not useful, and there's so much information that, like, our tiny human brains could not even comprehend. And I think that a lot of your dilemmas within this connection really have to do with the fact of that you get stuck in these negative thought loops. And I think that you search for answers everywhere else but internally. Because the thing is that even if you are, like, feeling a different way, even if you don't have feelings for this person, or you don't want this person in your life, if you're still seeking answers about them, there may be something that your internal self is trying to tell you. And the thing about, like, receiving answers from the universe, like, you don't have to directly talk to your guides or something like that. Like, you know, that's for a lot of people, that's something that you have to build and learn over time. And I also, like, you know, if you want to learn mediumship, please get a teacher and learn from somebody else, because that's something, it's not really safe to do on your own. I'm kind of a hypocrite in saying that, but that's only because I didn't know better. And then a teacher found me and was like, oh yeah, by the way, you're a natural medium and you need to learn how to discern the energies coming through, because if you don't, you might be talking to things that that are not unconditionally loving for the highest good of all. So really the only things that you want to be taking guidance from are energies that are unconditionally loving for the highest good of all, because that's really what's going to help you, help this person, and help everyone. The universe wants to help people that wants to help everyone, just so you're aware. Like the universe, like if you are truly working towards the benefit of all beings through whatever you're doing, the universe is gonna back you 12 times harder, because like you're not just helping yourself, you're helping the world. And I think with the Lovers here, I think that you see a real resonance with this person. And I think with the Six of Swords underneath it, it's like, I think you're tired of like the rockiness in this connection. I think you're really tired of the uncertainty. And I think Spirit is saying that there is light at the end of this tunnel, at the end of this treacherous journey. I think that this treacherous journey has been forcing you to do a lot of your own healing, forcing you to test your spiritual endurance, test what you believe, test your trust, and test your faith. And you may be kind of confused about this connection sometimes, because it may have just come and gone so fast, but it was so intense. And what I will say is that if you feel like it's going to come around again, trust that. I also think that with the Lovers being here, I think the universe is asking you to stop seeing yourself as separate from this person. Which, like, the term separation, like, separation is a fallacy. You're always connected to everything and everyone. It's really your ego's perception that makes you believe that you're entirely separate from another being. Like, we are connected, even though you may not know me and I don't know you formally. We're still energetically connected, and through the oneness of all beings and all life, you know, we're all connected. We're all one. And I think that Spirit is asking you to see, instead of seeing how you and this person are different, start seeing how you and this person are similar. And also recognize that even if you don't have their physical presence in their life, that doesn't mean that you're truly disconnected from them. I also think that there really is a need to work on how you talk to yourself and how you see situations, because I do think that your own fears, your own negative beliefs, your own lack of faith and trust in the universe may be exacerbating the wounds that are triggering you enough to make, and possibly this person enough to make this connection difficult. And I think what makes you sad is that I think that you really just want a happy, harmonious, flowing connection with this person. And so you might be saying, well, yeah, I want that, and I've tried to get that, but this person doesn't want it. And so that is a sign that on your end, you need to let them go. because if they, I mean, you don't have to, you can hold on, but if you let go of something, one, it frees you up to have more peace, and two, if it's meant for you, it will come back. I promise you. Like, I double pinky promise you. And I think that you may be worried about saying the wrong things, or you may get, you may jump to conclusions like really quickly, and that may create difficulties as well. But I think part of the difficulties in this connection have triggered both you and this person to focus more on your own growth and your own development. And I think that the point that you're at now, or the point that you should be aiming to get, is to find peace and gratitude with wherever place you are in life. You know, there's never really going to be a time in life where you ever feel fully settled, where you ever feel fully sure of yourself, like, unless you allow yourself to be open and receptive to those energies, unless you set the intention to be open to those energies and to work on that. It's really easy to, like, neglect ourselves and be mindless and allow our subconscious to kind of wreak havoc on us, and it can create a lot more pain than is necessary. And so I think really in terms of your feelings, I think that you know how you feel about this person. I think you just have a hard time accepting that, or have a hard time admitting that to yourself, because, well, what does that mean? All it means is that you have those feelings. Whatever it means is whatever it means is really just like whatever. Oh, fuck. Now, see, now I'm getting myself stuck in a thought loop. And I think that that's part of the problem. You may be seeking answers to this connection that will come to you naturally. And so it's like you're running in circles when there's something coming towards you that will come in its own time. And I don't even know what that is. I guess Spirit's just putting this in my mind, where it's like you're wearing yourself out unnecessarily, I guess the point is of what I'm trying to say. And I do think that there are aspects of yourself that you really need to address, because you may be seeking this person or the energy of this person to make you feel more loved, to make you feel more accepted, to give you more validation. And I think the universe is trying to get you to realize that you're projecting all of those desires onto this person. And in fact, when you focus on meeting those desires on your own, you'll realize that this person could never give you those things, in the sense that you can be in a very happy, healthy relationship with this person if you both are, you know, working on being healthy individuals and have healthy behaviors and things like that. But truly, nobody comes into your life to complete you or to fix you. Like, that is a problematic take. Relationships should add to your life. They should add to your experience already. And I think the universe brought this person in your life, and you may feel like they cruelly took you away from them, but that's not the case. I think the universe like put the I'm thinking of like a referee. Like, Spirit's kind of being like a referee in the sense that they're keeping you and this person apart, or energetically keeping you and this person apart, to help you both address your inner needs first. Because if you rely on someone else to meet your inner needs, that is going to create some problems. And I think that one thing that you need to accept is that you do have needs, that you do need to take care of yourself and put more effort into that, put more effort into being healthier, into being a more engaged person with life. And I'm not saying this because I objectively think you need these things. I think these are things that your subconscious is trying to tell you that you may not be listening to. I think that maybe you are very impulsive by nature, or very uncomfortable with discomfort. And so as a result, you may just get yourself really worked up unnecessarily over things that don't really have any basis in reality. They just have basis in reality to you because it's what your mind is conjuring. So I think if you struggle with your mentality, if you're not already like seeking help for it anyway, I would really suggest that like you look into that, or at the very least look into like cognitive behavioral therapy or something like that, just because the universe wants you to be healthy and happy in body, mind, and spirit. And you really can't achieve a whole lot if your mental health is stagnating or really struggling. Your brain is the only thing that separates you from objective reality, and like your inner self. And if your mediator between the physical world and yourself is not in a good place, then that will heavily distort everything that you're experiencing and everything that you're going through. I think that there's a need to recognize that you're worthy and deserving of more than you think you are. And I think there's a need to recognize that you might be the hero that you're holding out for. And yeah, you're really hard on yourself sometimes. And I think that that is something that maybe it would be good to address, because it's really unfair to you. And I think that you and this person really mirror aspects of one another without realizing it. And I think that you may be like, oh, this person needs to get it together, or this person needs to figure it out, or why can't this person recognize that they're super lovable, or why can't this person recognize that, like, they're amazing? And it's like, well, why can't you do that? What are your justifications for that, pile 3? Can you tell me that? Why do you think you're not deserving of love? Why do you think that you need to do X, Y, Z in order to love yourself? Is your self-love based on achievement? Is it based on helping others? Is it based on giving? Because that's a problem too. Part of self-love is believing that we're inherently worthy of receiving. We're inherently worthy of good things. We're inherently worthy of having our dreams manifest, of having things accomplished. And I think that the focus on this person is merely a distraction from your own self. And if you really want this connection to progress in positive ways, that's going to start with your own positive progression. You may be waiting for something to happen and believing that it's not going to happen simply because the universe isn't giving you anything. But it's not that the universe isn't giving you anything, it's that you're not giving the universe anything to work with. The process of co-creation with spirit is, one that is difficult, but also it's a twofold thing. The one thing spirit doesn't have is carbon, a physical body. It can do all this amazing shit, but it can't just like come down out of the ether, shake you. Well, it can in metaphorical ways, but it's not as literal as you might be thinking of it. And the universe may be sending you signs or opportunities all the time that you're not taking because you may be so focused on one very limited way of viewing things. And I think that this Knight of Wands and this Knight of Swords are very telling, because these are very masculine energies, and we all have feminine and masculine energies within us. And you may be trying to understand this situation from a logical, rational approach. And I think Spirit is saying is that you're not going to get a whole lot done if you continue to try to understand the situation and this connection in yourself from the same like ways that you've tried to do it in the past that clearly aren't working. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So I think in this case, there's a need to stop being resistant to your own happiness and stop projecting this idea that your happiness is going to come from this person only, this person and this person only. Because the thing is that even if you were with this person and in a happy ass connection, if you're not happy with yourself, it's not going to be a happy ass connection. And there's this assumption that I will just say from experience, like, you think, oh, once you reach a certain milestone or once you reach a certain accomplishment, your life will just come together and like you'll just feel better about your life and things will just make sense and like you won't be sad anymore. But like, I'll tell you what, buddy, if you hate yourself now, you're gonna hate yourself just as much no matter how much you achieve, because achievement-based self-worth is not a very solid thing to go off of, because the minute you don't achieve, then you revert straight back into that self-hatred. There's a need to be at peace with yourself. There's a need to be at peace with who you are and the fact that you are a human and that you have flaws and limitations and toxic behaviors and toxic habits. We all do. That's part of being human, and we have to grow and evolve. And, I think especially like the internet as well puts these unrealistic expectations on every single human that we need to be constantly striving and constantly achieving, or we have to know everything, or we have to always know what's going on. And it's just like, it's fucking exhausting. You can't hold yourself to that. And I do think that maybe one of the uncomfortable things about this situation is that maybe things in this situation aren't manifesting simply because you're not looking at them in a more positive light, or you're not looking at them in a more accurate light. The Five of Cups talks all about the fact that, even though there are 3 cups knocked down, there's still 2 cups upright. And you may be so focused on the past events of this connection or what has happened or your role in it and beating yourself up about it, that maybe you're not realizing that the connection still exists and that there's still a lot of really lovely things in your life. Or even if it's not this connection, there are still good things in your life, and that maybe practicing more gratitude would be something that would be really helpful to you. And positive thinking and gratitude are things that sound like nails on a chalkboard to somebody with a negative mindset. I fully understand that. Because when you're stuck in a negative mindset, it feels like you're lying to yourself. And the subconscious knows when it's being lied to. And so that's why you kind of have to start by being more realistic and being like, okay, I'm not in a good place, or I'm not really happy with where I am in life, but I know that I deserve to be happy. I know that I deserve to strive towards what I want. I know that I deserve better things than what I'm doing now. And it's unfair to deny good things, deny good experiences, deny better things for me just because I think that I'm not deserving of them. You know what I mean? Like, the universe can't give you anything if you don't think you're worthy of it. And I think that's a lesson that you and this person are both learning, if I'm being honest. I think you both martyr yourselves in different ways to gain acceptance from the people around you. But no matter how much validation or acceptance you get from the people around you, it doesn't mean anything if you don't like yourself. Like, what does it matter at that point? And so I think there's a need to kind of scale back and let go of what has happened in this connection and just be here right now. Be here right now and think, what can the present and the future of this connection be? What do I need to heal before that can be a reality, or before I can be open to that being a reality? Because the truth of the matter is if you just wait around on the universe forever, you might be waiting a long time to just fix things for you. Like, there's a need to be proactive in your own healing and in your own shit, you know? And you might feel like this person is running from you or running from this connection, but you're running from this connection too, in the sense that you're chasing the good feelings that this connection gave you through methods that are not going to give you the result that you actually want. I feel I need to pull more cards. So I just want to see what Spirit wants to say really quickly. What do you need to say to pile 3, Spirit? Okay, well, Lovers. There's a need you need to find union within yourself. To start seeing all parts of yourself, the parts you like and the parts that you don't like. And instead of shaming them, trying to get rid of them, trying to remove them, just acknowledging them, owning them, accepting them, recognizing that you can grow from them, that you can be mindful of how they affect you. Things of that nature. Is there anything else? I think this card. Yeah, the 5 of Wands. It's like you're fighting it. You're fighting your own growth and maybe projecting your desire for this situation to come to fruition in the way that you would like it to. But what you don't realize is that, like, by fighting what the universe is trying to lead you towards, which seems like a sense of inner peace, a sense of gratitude, a sense of grounding, a sense of feeling at home with where you're at in life and not feeling like you need to be elsewhere, you're fighting that and therefore taking yourself further away from what this connection could be. Yeah, 5 of Swords. Yeah, Chariot in reverse. You're unbalanced. That's really there's a need to surrender here, which luckily that's what we'll go deep into advice. But essentially, Spirit's saying you cannot move forward until you have addressed a lot of your own limiting beliefs, a lot of your own patterns that you need to heal. But Spirit is saying that this connection is part of your destiny, and I want to say, I'm pumping the brakes on that statement in the sense that we can project a lot of expectations onto connections when we hear stuff like destiny and destined, but this connection is in your destiny in the sense that it's meant to teach you a lot. What this connection becomes is up to you and this person's free will. Neither of you can force one or the other to do anything, and neither can the universe force you or them to do anything. But the reason why you feel like you're stuck in life right now, the reason why you feel like you're lost in limbo, is that you're not making necessary changes that you need to in order to progress, because you're unbalanced, and you're still trying to control your reality. You're still trying to be the master of your reality rather than co-creating with spirit and recognizing that there are powers greater than you that can assist you on your journey if you let go of control and allow them to show you the way instead of forcing the way. Because let's be real, if you continue navigating this ship all on your own, I think you're going to stay stuck in the dock. Like, there is a need to surrender what you can't control and stop focusing on this person and what they're doing and what's going on with them, and refocus on you, refocus on what's important to you, because a chariot cannot move forward if it's not balanced. And so I think Spirit's saying you'll be ready to move forward when you're not like, oh my God, how do I move forward? How do I fix this? The answers are simpler and easier than you think they are. But the difficult thing is that I can't give you them. Because even if I would if I could, but I can't, because the universe is not going to give them to me. And it's not my job. Actually, it would make me a shitty reader if I gave you those answers, because these are answers that you are meant to seek on your own. Not in a way that is, not in a way where you need a finalized answer, but where you can just trust what you're feeling internally, trust your own journey, and trust that you don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to know everything. You don't need to know what's going on. You just need to trust that there's a reason why you're feeling certain phenomena, and take it a day at a time. With the Five of Swords here, you've got to stop looking at this connection as like winning or losing, you know, and this Five of Wands, it's like, the universe may not be bringing you and this person back together right now because you would just be combative and make this situation worse. So what I'm really seeing here is that there is a need to let your defenses down a little bit. And in the sense that what you see in others is what's within you as well. And I think that you may be too focused on the other person. And fives are numbers of change. There's a lot of unbalanced energy here. I don't even know if we have any even numbers here. And I think that's really because the universe is getting you to a place of surrender, to the where like, and these may not be fun experiences of surrender, but it's like you get to a point where you're so exhausted you just can't try anymore. And that's when the universe actually really starts getting to work. Like, a lot of the things that beat us down, that were like, man, the universe must really like fucking hate me. And it's like, nah, the universe doesn't at all. But the way you're going about things is working against you. And therefore that's like what you're getting back. And then on top of it, it's like, what your external reality is showing you right now is that your approach needs to change. Your approach towards yourself needs to change. Your approach towards life needs to change. And that starts with yourself. That starts with working on you. So if you haven't checked out my self-love reading, you should check that out. But I think overall, despite how much you desire this connection, or desire something, progression in this connection, or you desire things to be magically fixed within this connection, there is no magic wand that you can wave to truly fix things. And the more you continue to seek guidance outside yourself, I think the more confused you're gonna be. Actually, I would suggest like maybe taking a break from seeking guidance about this connection for a little while. I mean, stay here if you want to. I mean, if you feel like you need a break, prioritize yourself first. But I mean, maybe like more so like divine guidance, as long as you feel like it makes you feel lighter, it gives you clarity, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're getting guidance from friends, family, or from like, you know, external sources like readings and things like that, and you feel like you're just being more confused and conflicted, that's a sign that you need to take a break. And with the Five of Swords here, I think there's a really a need to stop looking at things from a right and wrong perspective, as an us versus them perspective, and to recognize how you're truly not separate from the world, from this person, from anything, and that you have more of an ability to trust what you feel and trust your own actions than you realize. And I think part of the reason why you may be so afraid to take action right now is simply because you're afraid of maybe being rejected or having more conflict or having more misunderstandings or making the situation worse. And it's like, that's kind of why the universe is holding you back and holding the situation back, is because you're kind of right about that. But instead of feeling like it's all this person's fault or that they need to figure it out or that they just only care about themselves, there's a need to take their behavior a little bit less personally and start focusing it on you. Whatever you think this person needs to do, look at how those things apply to you. And that will really help you start to see things more clearly, because I don't think you're seeing things very clearly in this connection right now. And I think that is creating a lot of extra hardship that you don't need. So we're going to go ahead and get into advice now before we go into the extended. So these are surrender cards, and they are the shit, because they really, really help when it comes to like the mental games of the mind that like plague us, you know? Yeah, surrender your attachment to results. The formula for success is to do all you can to make things happen, then let go of the results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. Exactly. If you're holding on to a situation or an outcome in this connection, that could like actively be sabotaging it. Instead, just allowing the universe to show you what you need to, allowing this to flow and not feeling like you need to control everything will not only make you feel lighter and freer, but it will make you realize that you were creating more unnecessary pain for yourself than was needed. So, Spirit, what advice does pile 3 need to hear? What do they need to surrender at this time? Surrender to prayer. Give yourself over completely to prayer. When you pray from your heart, you will be heard throughout the universe, and answers and support will arrive. So the one thing I will say, if you're uncomfortable with the idea of prayer, I used to be too, but what I realize is that prayer is not something that is, you know, just for religions or just for people that go to church. You know what I mean? Prayer is for everyone. And prayer is a good thing to be taught, because it takes a level of humbleness to even be able to pray to something higher than you. You know, your ego wants to believe that there's nothing there, and that you have to do everything yourself, and that nothing is really there to help you. But the divine intelligence of the universe is stronger than you realize. And the more you pray and like give your fears, your worries, the things you don't understand over to the universe, the more room it makes for you to use your brain power on things that you actually want to do, on cultivating more peace, on you know, focusing on things that maybe you're distracted from. One thing that I'm hearing is that read more books. Get off the internet, read more books, read more solid paper stuff. Like, I think there's a little bit of a need to ground yourself and touch some grass as well. Like, just in the sense that, not in a way of like, oh, you should feel so bad, like your brain is so delusional, like you're not even seeing things correctly. No. It's just that sometimes our brain can get so far out of hand, or just so, it can just be so overwhelming that we do lose touch with reality in a way, and it makes us lose sight of what's important. And so I think Spirit is saying, you know, you have to kind of find serenity within yourself if you ever want to find serenity within this connection, because there needs to be, you need to be able to have healthy conversations, be honest, and be able to, you know, hold your own and stand in your power and recognize your own truth and recognize your value and your worth, you know? Yeah. Okay, so what else? Surrender to non-action. Now is the time to be still and not act. Simply breathe and focus on your own power. Let others come to you. Yeah, Spirit is really saying you need to stop trying to force this situation to happen. Surrender the idea you can fix someone. It's time for a relationship to shift. It doesn't work to try to fix someone. Each person must be accountable for his or her own healing. And if you're like, well, this person isn't doing their healing, well, that's not your responsibility. It's not your job to focus on their healing. You're not their parent. You're not their teacher. I mean, even if you are their parent, there is a level where like parents need to, you know, let their kids learn their own lessons and make their own mistakes. And I think Spirit is really saying the idea that honestly, the idea that you can fix someone usually stems from the fact that that person is subconsciously trying to fix someone else because they don't want to focus their energy on themselves. They don't see themselves as worthy of being fixed, but they see the object of their affections as being worthy of being fixed. And that is an illusion. Okay, didn't I say you need to go outside? So surrender to the beauty of the natural world. Take a relaxing break and spend time in nature. Replenish yourself by feeling the beauty and the ecstasy there. And surrender your need to always be right. Give others the gift of letting them be right. Be yielding, not rigid. This will help conflicts and improve your relationships. Yeah, because I think part of it too is that you feel like you need to be right about this connection, or you need to be right about what the truth of this is. And Spirit's saying, you don't need to know. You don't need to always be right. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to see things differently. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender your fear of change. The universe is reminding you that you are cared for always. Whether you're afraid of a change in your job, your health, or a relationship, if you fear aging or death, repeat the affirmation that I have faith that all is well. And I'm going to cut the deck. Yeah, on point. Surrender negative thinking. You have control over your thoughts. When negative thoughts surface, say thank you for sharing and quickly refocus on positive affirmations. And honestly, positive affirmations don't have to be like, I am amazing, I am so awesome, and like the universe just like needs to get over that. It can just be like, I'm doing the best that I can right now, or today kind of sucks, but I'm not gonna let it bring me down, or you know, I really don't want to get out of bed today and exist, but I'm gonna try my best to have as good or as neutral of an outlook as I possibly can. Like, you don't have to be so grandiose about it. Like, you can literally just be like, I don't hate the way my hair looks today, or I love my outfit. Like, even just looking for the good things can help retrain your brain to get out of that negative thought cycle. So we're gonna look at some ego cards now too, because that will also help you see where your ego is actually ruling your mind rather than it being like truth. You know what I mean? So let's see. Spirit, what does pile 3 need to know about their ego? Okay. I forgive myself for thinking that I know better than life itself. I choose to believe that the exact circumstances needed to create the experience most suitable for me is perpetually being created, regardless of what I think or do about it. We also have, I forgive myself for assuming others need me to ensure they are provided for. I choose to believe that when I trust others to actively participate in the creation of their lives, I invest in a world where we are all empowered and see the true strength of the strength that exists in being. What else, Spirit? What else? I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. I choose to believe that each time I give myself permission to change my mind and commit to a new way of showing up in the world, I allow myself to be moved to where the possibility of deeper comfort exists. And we have, I forgive myself for thinking I need others to understand my dream before it is safe to pursue it. I choose to believe that when I alone honor my desires, I allow for the emergence of a truer version of myself and the alignment with my highest potential. And on the back of the deck, we have, I forgive myself for shaming myself for the intensity with which I experience my life. I choose to believe that when I open myself up to the full spectrum of experience, I give myself permission to explore the depths of my being so that I may gain a clearer understanding of who I am to be in the world. So yeah. There's a need, if you feel like this person is avoiding you and your connection, there's a need to be aware of how you're avoiding your own feelings and your own needs and wants and desires by focusing on this person instead. So we're going to finish off now with some positive guidance. And as I cut the deck, self-love, it's time to fall in love with yourself. You come first. We also have relax, everything is okay. Everything is working out perfectly and the situation will resolve effortlessly. Expect miraculous solutions to unfold. Okay, so Spirit, what positive guidance do you have for pile 3? What positive guidance do you have for pile 3? You're appreciated. You're appreciated. Your friends and family appreciate you more than you know. Heal. Allow yourself time to heal. Be kind to yourself right now. Yeah, I agree. You do need to be. Okay, I'm going to take this one, and this one, but I'm taking these back. So we have good vibrations. You're vibrating at a high level. Use this to your advantage. The law of attraction will work very effectively for you right now. And so I think too, maybe you underestimate how easy it is to get into a better state the more you just let go and surrender the negative feelings you're holding on to. We also have believe in yourself. You have the power to succeed just like everyone else does. And we have count your rainbows, not your thunderstorms. This card urges you to focus on the positive, what you think about, what you bring about. And on the back of the deck is a sign. This card brings you validation the validation you have been seeking. This is a sign to take action on whatever it is that you have been contemplating. So I think that's a sign to go within, because the more you go within, the more you focus on yourself, the more you will understand this connection, the more you will understand why it is in your life. But I mean, if you want to know why it's in your life, you can check out the extended. But I think I'm going to leave things here, pile 3. This is definitely a very messy and chaotic reading, but like, you know, what can you do? Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can check out the extended. You can like this video. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. You can check out my social media, which will be linked below. Do be aware though that I have tons of scammers pretending to be me. So just know I do not offer personal readings, and I will never try to solicit one in your DMs. But yeah, I think that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Fire Quartz Heart and the Ember and Aura Tarot, this is going to be your reading on how you're feeling about this person. But first, we need to see who this person is. So this is kind of twofold. So this is somewhat who this person is objectively, and somewhat who this person is to you. So let's go ahead and start. So to start, we have the Shapeshifter. We have the first house with the body. We have the priest. The light attributes are facilitates spiritual commitments, serves as a channel of spiritual energy. And the shadow attribute is violates the trust of your spiritual community, seduced by your own spiritual role. We also have beauty. And we have, I forgive myself for giving my power away by valuing the opinions of others over my own. I choose to believe that when I trust myself to clarify and stand by my own truth, I allow the creation of a world I actually want to live in. You also got you, but technically this person, got 2 energy cards. So we have all tied up, upright, and broken heart in reverse. And finally, we have codependency and begin. I actually want to, yeah, you go here and you go here. That feels better. So that's interesting because the song Begin Again was playing in my head. Sorry, Swifties, I wasn't thinking of the Taylor Swift song Begin Again, but you can make it apply to that if you want to. I can't remember the artist, but there's like specific lyrics that are coming to mind where they, like, the singer says, "You'll be the moon, I'll be the earth, and then we'll burst, start over, begin again, begin again." There's actually a lot about new beginnings within this reading. And with the Shapeshifter card here, I definitely don't think that this is a new person. However, they could be becoming a new person in the sense that they are growing and changing. But your experience with them, at least in the past, or, you know, I think the past, I don't know why I felt the need to pause when I said that. Past, or like semi-past, or somewhat present. This person, has a very elusive and kind of non-committal energy, and it makes a lot of sense when you look at these cards over here. So this person definitely, despite the energy of them seeming like a natural leader, I think that they only feel confident leading when they know that the people around them are looking up to them. And they know that they can have people around them look up to them by conforming to what those people like. I think you've had frustration with this person in the past because it does kind of seem like they haven't been willing to open themselves up to you because of past pain. It does seem like this person has had a lot of issues with codependency, with standing in their own power, and trusting themselves. And so I think the way that they have come across to you has been very like non-committal, flaky, uncertain, hesitant. This person just seems like a fickle pickle is what I would say. But what's interesting is that this seems to be changing, especially with this first house card here with the body. It does seem like this person is having a new beginning of some kind. I do think that this person has brought you closer to your own divinity, whether intentionally or not. But I think that this person also has the ability to channel spirit without realizing it. So they may have said things to you that had no significance or meaning to them, but like was exactly what you needed to hear, or even if it's something that you don't need to hear. Like literally, for example, I'll give you an example. Like one day I had this friend over and we were just hanging out and they were like, you need to drink more water. And I was just like, who do you think you are telling me that? But also like, I hate that you're right. It's like, shut up. Like I knew that they didn't know that. I knew that spirit implanted that in their head and then they were just like saying it. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't even be mad because I knew it was right. And I was just like, I do need to be more hydrated, but like, damn, you don't think spirit's gonna do you like that sometimes. But this person has definitely shown you the beauty of the world and the beauty of connection through a lot of trials, tribulations, misunderstandings, and painful experiences, which sounds convoluted and weird, but if you're drawn to this pile, I think you understand exactly what I mean. And I think that your recognition of that is recognition as well, that this person is capable of the same things if you are. I do think, though, that because this is partially how you know them, I think that you don't have a clear picture of what their true self is, because they kind of have two selves. Like they have this one self that's very fearful, that's very conformist, that's very codependent on other people's validation in order for them to feel safe. And a lot of that comes from the fact that this person is very afraid to be vulnerable. This person is very afraid to open themselves up, and it's quite possible that in the past they have been very shut down, shut off in that way because of their own pain. But what we're seeing here with the first house in the body, I do think that this person is building themselves up in a way that they haven't before. If this is a like romantic connection in nature, it does kind of seem like things are heading towards a more positive direction if that's what you both want. But I also think that this person is starting to focus on themselves more, is starting to focus on their needs, what they need to work on, instead of worrying about other people. I think actually what kept them caught up in a lot of BS was the fact that like they were too focused on the things around them rather than anything within them. And with the shapeshifter card here, I think you've seen really beautiful sides of this person and connected deeply to this person in ways in which you haven't with anyone else. And I think that that was maybe something very difficult to reconcile with, because they also have this other side that's very changeable and can be very cold and distant because they are afraid of showing affection in front of others or admitting that they want affection, or they could have ego investment in pretending like they don't need anything, that they don't need human connection. Like, wow. Have you ever met a human that isn't a social creature that doesn't suffer? Like, you know, I think that this person is realizing that this changeable nature to them is not serving them, and that they're playing a role in order to feel like they need to fit in. But I think that they're awakening in a lot of ways. I think they're starting to see the beauty of their true self. And I think that with this begin card, I think that this is an opportunity to start something fresh. And you know, this could be a new connection too. Like, let me just stop myself, because this person could be upfront and transparent about the fact that they maybe are avoidant, or they're non-committal, or that they're not really sure what they want out of life right now. But the really encouraging thing to me is the fact that we have the first house here, because this is really showing me that this person is starting to take the lead in their own life and starting to overpower these codependent issues. And I think what's really interesting is that this 23 and this 32 are mirrored. So I do think that this person is like kind of fully understanding what's holding them back now, and recognizing where they're giving away their power to other people, and they're learning that they need to take initiative in their own healing, in their own life, because nobody's going to do it for them. And maybe this person has been so busy taking care of others and worrying about other people that they haven't stopped to like look at themselves and be like, oh, hey, maybe I should be included in that healing. And I think they're starting to see that. I also think that their world is opening up in the sense that their heart space is open again. And maybe you might be responsible for that. You may not. I don't know. But I do think that you probably have a role in it, considering it's here. I do think that this person is also very physically attractive. You might be as well. At the very least, you both are definitely physically attracted to one another. And I think that this person feels like themselves around you. And I think that scares them, because it makes them realize how fake they are to the majority of the world, and how fake the majority of the world truly is. I think that they've had to learn some tough lessons, and I think one of the most difficult things is that they've realized that they've actively been pushing away good things because of their own fears of being hurt again, or their own feelings of inadequacy, or their own feelings of worthlessness. I think that you've seen a side to this person that not many people see, and I think that's because you awakened that within them. I don't think that they naturally knew that they had that, or if they did, I think it was suppressed and buried in ways that they don't typically put themselves in situations to be able to access those energies within them. But I do think that there may be some difficulties with this person, in the sense that it does seem like they can get triggered very easily when it comes to you. And I think that is really why this person maybe has been more hesitant, or more silent, or more like reserved, because I think they are afraid of being codependent. I think they are afraid of being trapped. I think they're afraid of not being free. I think they're afraid of being held down. But I think they're realizing that the person trapping them the most is themselves, because they're giving their power away, and they're not giving themselves the room and the freedom to explore things. But overall, I think that this person has a spiritual nature, where they may not necessarily be into like the spiritual things, but they sense that deeper energy. For some of you, this person could be incredibly spiritual, and maybe religious even. And if they are religious, then part of that conformity could be a fear of, you know, being different, being cast out, being cast aside, being prejudiced. That's not I don't think that's a verb. Sorry for making it a verb. But yeah, I think that they are really starting to focus on themselves in an incredibly important way that's helping them heal this codependency. And I think they're starting to see the beauty of this connection. And I think they're thinking about new beginnings here, or a beginning here, or starting something real. Like, I'm hearing High School Musical in my head, like this is the start of something new. My gosh. Comment down below, are you Gabriella or Troy? I'm kidding. Okay, let's see your feelings now. I'm only slightly kidding. I will say, might be a controversial statement, but I think Sharpay deserved better. Okay, so we are using the Ember and Aura Tarot. I love this deck. I also wanted to mention that if this reading resonates, there will be an extended where we're going to look at why this person is in your life. We're going to get channeled messages from them, and then we're also going to get channeled messages from your spirit guide, from your guardian angels and your spirit guides, and more advice from your guardian angels and spirit guides. But we're going hard in the paint in the advice section just in this reading, so don't worry. we are gonna get tons of guidance for you. So intrigued to see what will come out here. Okay, so Spirit, how does pile 4 truly feel about this person? Okay, so we have the High Priestess and the 7 of Cups. I'm hearing that Haley Steinfeld song, like Starving. I didn't know I was starving until I tasted you. We have Judgment. I want to put it upright, but it was coming out in reverse, so I'm going to give Spirit the... Okay, I feel like it needs to be upright, so I'm going to put it upright. And I think Spirit is agreeing with me, so... Stuck on at dissenters. Okay, we have the 5 of Cups in reverse. We have the 9 of Swords upright. Okay, can we clarify the 7 of Cups, please? We have the 3 of Wands in reverse. How about the High Priestess upright? Ooh, okay, so we have the 8 of Swords and the 10 of Swords, clarifying both. This is actually really empowering energy. I'm really excited to talk about this. Ugh. We have the World. Love that. Okay, so clarifying the 5 of Cups, we have the 4 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups. And let's clarify the 9 of Swords, please. We have the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, and on the back of the deck, we have the Death card. Okay, what's underneath that? Ooh, the 6 of Pentacles. Okay, so yeah, I think, okay, so in terms of your feelings for this person, I think your feelings have fluctuated and changed in the sense that, like, as energy is exchanged with this person, like, there's highs and lows. But I just have to say, like, how impressed I am with your energy and, like, how much you've overcome. Because here's the thing. You know how you feel about this person. And I think you know that you have feelings for them. I think you know that this is somebody significant to you and that this is somebody that you care about. I think this person has changed you for the better and really forced you to go within and learn how to trust yourself and learn how to overcome the limitations of the mind. But your mind definitely still gets in the way of your true knowing, because when it comes to your feelings, I think you see this person as somebody that you really want to pursue more with, that you really want to explore the connection with. But I think the thing is that this person may not be coming forward or may not be coming towards you quite yet, or like the energy isn't really changing. And I think you're psyching yourself out. I think that's a lot of what this energy is. Because with the 7 of Cups upright and the 3 of Wands in reverse, I think that there is a bit of impatience and a bit of like, I feel like I should have heard something right now, or I feel like I should have gotten communication right now or something like that, and why isn't it happening? And I think it's causing you to doubt yourself. So one thing I do want to say is, first of all, if you're watching this, like when I upload it, I am filming it during Venus retrograde. So it is possible that that could be affecting this connection in some way. But also, this is timeless. So if you find it after that fact, that may not be a factor. But I did just want to say for the people that are watching it when I upload it. I think what's interesting is that this person has changed you in ways that you can never, like you'll never be the same, I think. And I think that this person really challenged you to look beyond your own preconceived notions, your own judgments, your own insecurities, your own toxic habits and behaviors. I think that a lot of what this person did was really be the catalyst for you to change in very positive ways. Like with this death card being here, I mean, this person has helped you transform, and I don't think that's because they were literally helping you, like you know, being the Jillian Michaels of your life and being like, okay, let's go pile 4, let's keep changing. Like, no, I think it's really just that you had to like figure this situation out all on your own. You had to like really like put your nose to the grindstone and really like work hard to get out of your own mental funks, your own mental anguish, and your own pain when it came to this came to this situation. And I think you're closing out a cycle where you're realizing that a lot of the things that you were worried about were things that were never under your control in the first place, and things that you never really had to be responsible for. I think you're realizing that this person is a very special part of your life, probably through the connection that you have. I think that if you pick this pile, you probably know what sort of type of connection this is, or what their meaning is to you, or what the truth of this connection is to you. And so that has really helped you close out a cycle of just questioning things, of being uncertain, of being like hard on yourself and down on yourself. And the beautiful thing I think that you're realizing is that you never had to hold on to this connection or hold on to the past of this connection to have fulfillment and happiness, to have your 10 of Cups. Like, you know, obviously the 10 of Cups is a lot about fulfillment, a lot about peace, but I think you're realizing the things that you wanted with this person originally were maybe kind of codependent as well, or maybe were things that were distracting you from going deeper within yourself. And it's like, I'm seeing that scene in the Simpsons movie where Homer goes, he like drinks that stuff that the boob lady gives him, and he's essentially like getting the shit beat out of him by trees until he makes the realization of what he needed to do, and like all the trees like pulled him all apart and stuff, and then once he realizes what he needs to do, they like put him all back together and like applaud him, and they're like, yes, you figured it out. And I really feel like that's where the divine is with you. However, we see this 9 of Swords here and this Queen of Pentacles in reverse, and that is really speaking to me that I think that there is more healing that needs to be done when it comes to acceptance of what's happened in the past in this situation, and recognition that you're not that person and you're not in that place anymore. I do think that your mental body may be creating more pain than is necessary, and I think that's because you don't really feel totally secure in yourself right now, in the sense that you may be worried about, this may actually be like a financial thing, or just a lack of feeling grounded, a lack of feeling nurtured. I think maybe the one thing that you may be missing out on is like nurturing yourself more and caring for yourself more. And I think that is what's allowing your brain to run amok. Because when we look at the High Priestess here, clarified by the 8 of Swords and the 10 of Swords, I think you really have worked through a lot of distortions, a lot of illusions, a lot of things that people maybe tried to project on this connection, or project onto you or onto this person. And I think you're realizing that just because other people say something doesn't mean it's the truth. Just because other people see something doesn't mean it's real. And like, I think you're realizing that what you sense and what you feel deep down is your truth, and it doesn't have to be anyone else's truth, and you don't have to share it with anyone else. And I think it's really interesting that with this 9 of Swords, the eyes are not there. There's no eyes in this person's eye sockets, and I think that's because, you know, it's this card's way of saying, you know, you're not seeing things clearly when you get stuck in your head. So I think the biggest thing that would really help you is grounding and mindfulness and breathing techniques, especially breathing techniques, because you may suffer from panic attacks, or you may suffer just like from a lot of anxiety, and man, breathing techniques are something that will actually help you a lot more than you think they will. It seems silly, but it's not gonna like cure your anxiety or like make you like a happy thought king or queen, but it will like help. It will just like make it a little less overwhelming. But yeah, I feel like despite everything that has happened here, you still would give anything to reach the top of this mountain with this person. You see this person as somebody very special, like, you know, like the earth and the moon, and or you may see this person as the sun and the moon. And I think you're recognizing now that you never had to be in control of this situation, that you never had to be the one to figure everything out. It's like you're both individual journeys of growth and change. And with this death card here, I think that you've set yourself up for a beautiful new beginning because you've worked so hard on your own transformations. Like, you've seen the truth of what the universe was trying to show you all along, and you've recognized that this person has served as some sort of divine mirror to show you everything within yourself that is stopping you from living the fullest and happiest, most peaceful life possible. And so as a result, I think you realized, oh, I gotta start focusing on what I do have, and I gotta start being grateful for what there is. And like, I'm really not solving anything by just constantly throwing a pity party for myself. I think you realize that maybe you were holding on to this connection as an excuse to avoid your healing, or holding on to the idea of this connection or the fantasy of this connection instead of focusing on your healing. And the fact that you've been working hard on your inner peace and working towards your own fulfillment, that is what is helping you get to true freedom more than anything else. I think the hardest thing, though, is that you do need to be more nurturing towards yourself. I think that you really struggle to give yourself a break, to be nice to yourself, and to not be so hard on yourself. And I think that that's where like a lot of the confusion lies. Like, you've been doing the work. Like, let me just be clear, like, this is your confirmation that you've been doing the work. And I think the thing is that like, you may be working yourself up and worrying that there's even more, that there's not enough, or there's something that you're not seeing, or you're not doing things right, or the universe is mad at you, or that this person never actually really liked you and you're just delusional. And you see how I'm talking? You see how I'm getting myself stuck in... That's what I think your brain sounds like, and it's not productive or helpful for you. And so I think the biggest thing is being mindful of when your thoughts are going, because you know how you feel about this person. Honestly, I think that you either love this person or deeply, deeply care about them. And I think that you've surrendered the idea that they need to show up in any certain way, that you need to have any expectations of them, that you need to know what this connection is or where it will head. I think you're just recognizing that the universe will bring to you what you need when you need it, and that you can really co-create with the universe to have what you want. I mean, this High Priestess you've gained a lot of wisdom from the experiences within this connection. And actually, Spirit was saying to me, you may not want to sit through all of it, but pile 3 really seems to be like the beginning energies of a connection like this. And so I really think that if you've come a long way, you might want to watch pile 3 just to see how far you've come. It's not an easy reading to sit through, so I'm not saying that like you need to or anything like that, but I do think you'll relate to a lot of what is being said, in the sense that they are things that you had to learn. And I think that you'll recognize truly just how far you've come. And I think the beautiful thing is that for everybody that picks pile 3, you know, they have the opportunity to set on this journey. And I think what you've really realized is that the connection was never what truly mattered. It was your connection to yourself. I mean, the connection does matter in the sense that it's special to you, and I think it's special to this person. But what I'm seeing is that you're realizing that this connection was never meant to complete you or to fix you or to be your happily ever after, you know? This connection was meant to awaken you to yourself, to awaken you to who you are, and kill off the things that were inauthentic to you, and to show you that you deserve more, and to show you that, you know, working through your challenges can create a lot of beautiful things in life. And, you know, I think that this has been an uphill battle for the both of you, but I kind of feel in the pits of my soul that Spirit may be setting you both up for something new. But I think it's really a lot more on this person's part, because you've worked through a lot. And so I think the biggest part of your battle right now is just patience. And I think that's what's getting you confused, is because you're like, well, I'm ready. I've like done all this healing and shit. So like, you know the Judge Judy meme where she's like tapping on her watch, like, Let's go. Unfortunately, the universe doesn't work on your clock. The universe does not give a single shit about your clock. The universe doesn't give a shit about your calendar at all, because time is a construct that we create, and time is very different in the spirit world. And so I think really the biggest thing is that spirit is asking you to be patient while cycles clear out and continue to focus on yourself, because the one danger that I do see here is that you may get way too in your head and be like, I was so delusional thinking that like this could ever work out, or that this could ever be solved, or whatever you may be thinking, and completely write things off and work yourself up, and it might, I mean, it's not gonna like destroy your life or anything, but it may just like discourage you and get you in a shitty place, and kind of slow these energies down, because these energies are picking up. And I think that the more healing that you do, the more you go within, the more you work on yourself, the more you realize that you don't need this person, you don't need this person's validation, you don't need them. Yes, you would like them in your presence, yes, you would like to be around them, to have experiences with them, but you don't need them. But what you do need is yourself, and you need to be authentic to yourself, and you need to be following what is truest to you. And that's the path that you've been on, and that is an incredible achievement to have. And I just, you should be so proud of yourself, because you really have come a long way. And I think you're realizing that there's no one way to get this 10 of Cups energy, to get this peaceful, fulfilling energy. But the fact that you are striving towards it now, and trying to live a more positive life, and trying to not let your limiting beliefs define your reality, I think it's really energetically setting this person free as well, and helping them break free of their own mental prisons as well. I think you know this situation isn't truly over. And we saw there's like new beginning energy. I think if you feel like there's a new beginning coming, affirm that for yourself. You don't need to see it in the reality to know that it's true, or to know that it's there. With the Death card, you're not the same person, and I don't think this person is the same either. And, you know, and I said, like, it might not be a new person, but I think no matter what, even if you've known this person for a long time, the person that they will show up as is a new person, is a person that you haven't experienced before. And with the 7 of Cups here, it's like Spirit saying, don't confuse yourself just because, like, you know your truth. Don't psych yourself out. It's literally just like psyching yourself out energy, I think, is the biggest thing that is holding you back here. You did not go on this long ass journey of growth and development just to get, okay, Spirit just told me close to the finish line, and I was like, whoa, that's promising a lot, Spirit. So Spirit may be saying that you're closer than you think, especially with the world. Maybe you are. And who knows? Maybe it's not with this person. Maybe it's with somebody else. I don't know. I think you just need to trust what's ever in your soul, because that's what's gotten you this far, and that's what will get you to where you need to go. I don't like to think of it as like a finish line, because nothing's ever done. Endings are just new beginnings. And I think that really all you need to know is that believe your feelings. Do not trust your anxious thoughts. Your anxious thoughts are just that, and they cause you to see things less clearly. And I think that more than anything, I think there's a detachment from Mother Nature, especially, that maybe you need to focus on and work on. But I gotta say, like, Fire quartz may be a good stone for you. It's a stone of focus, and it's also a stone of grounding. It's actually one of my favorite stones. And I think that this is what you need, just to recognize that you are in control, in the sense that you're focusing on yourself. But truthfully, like, there's not a whole lot that I need to dissect here, because you've done a lot of that dissection already. It's just that you're doubting yourself, and maybe a lot of time has passed, and so you're like, I don't even know. It's okay to not know how you feel, but to know that you want to strive towards your own inner peace. I mean, that sentiment alone is enough to get you where you need to go. I really think that you just need to reframe things when they get in your way, because you're doing fine. You're doing amazing. Like, there's no there's no reason to stress. Like, there's no reason to stress at all, in the slightest, at all. And what's crazy is, like, how much time has there been? 32 minutes. Okay, the other readings have been, like, over an hour and, like, really deep and in depth, because there's a lot that's needed to dissect there, but you did my job for me. Thank you. But, like, yeah, you know how you feel. Stop psyching yourself out. It's a pretty simple message. But you know what? Since you've already done a lot of the work, do not tell the other piles, okay? But we are going to look and see how this person is feeling. Just a little bit, not a lot of it. Just a little bit. Don't get crazy. We just want to see how this sentiment is being mirrored. So, or I guess no, we're not going to look at their feelings. We'll just see. Well, no, let's do it. Fuck it. That's what I wanted to do. So let's fucking do it. Okay. We've got so much time anyways, because you did my job for me. Okay. So how is this person feeling about pile 4, Spirit? What is that? Oh my god. I'm geeking out for you guys. Look at that. The 3 of Pentacles, the 8 of Wands in reverse. The back of the deck is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Yep, this person is not taking action towards you because they're not ready. But there's no need to worry. With this Wheel of Fortune in reverse, this is literally just it's not time yet. But with this, what is this? This is the Queen of Cups. Trust your heart. Trust, your third eye is open. You can trust what you feel. With the 9 of Cups in reverse, with the Wheel of Fortune in the reverse, this person is still learning how to empower themselves. Like I said, they're not to the same point that you are. But the fact that you keep focusing on your healing and focusing on what you need to do, it's really helping this person get out of this energy. But with the Wheel of Fortune here, this is telling me that this is a cycle that you don't have control over. Like, in terms of, like, if you tried to force something to happen right now, it wouldn't be time. Spirit's literally saying here with these cards, like, allow things to unfold naturally, because this person is overcoming a lot of their problematic habits that were chaining them down. And you know what's interesting is that they had the shapeshifter, which is 15 in the Devil. So they're shifting out of this energy. They do want to work and collaborate with you, but they don't know how to take action yet. They're not ready to take action. And that's why you're like, I feel ready. I'm like, Spirit, where's my manifestations? And Spirit's like, baby, hold tight. Like, we're trying to work on it, but like, just work on you. Continue doing you. And I really feel like the only problematic energy here is that you're psyching yourself out and you're getting yourself worked up. This person thinks that you are all that in a bag of chips. Like, the fact that you help this person open their heart space, the fact that you showed this person that there's a different way of living, you're just the creme de la creme, the ben de la creme, the Trixie Mattel, you are like, you are the bread they want to get. You are the road to their car, the jelly to their peanut butter, ew, Spirit just said the poop to their pee. That's so funny. I'm 5. Okay. But yeah, they really do want to collaborate with you. They want to work on this with you. And I think what they're doing right now is working on themselves. And I think the biggest thing that's holding them back is a fear of rejection, if I'm being honest. But also they don't know how they're going to take action yet. And I think that's because they still need more time to just kind of build themselves up first. But didn't we have the Emperor originally, like, underneath those cards? So yeah, this person, like, let it be known that this person do be having feels. And if you resonate with the idea of being a divine feminine. I think that that is what is coming through. But what I think is really interesting, because we had this 32 and this 23, I always see 32 and 23 as numbers of divine feminine energy because of number 2, the High Priestess, and number 3, the Empress. And I also see the numbers 14 and 41 as like divine masculine energies, because 1 is the Magician and 4 is the Emperor in Tarot. And so the High Priestess represents the spiritual, or like the non-physical aspects of divine femininity, and the Empress represents the physical, material aspects of divine femininity. And so I think that this person really triggered and challenged your own issues with codependency. And I think that this person was really triggered by your energy to what's the word? To freeze. Like, you know how there's like fight, flight, or freeze? Like, I think that this person's like response, and when it comes to you, is like freeze. And so I think that you make this person kind of short circuit a little bit. And like, I think they are very intimidated by you, and I think that is something that they are trying to heal by building themselves up more. And so that's why there hasn't been action yet. Like, they're not ready, but they're getting ready. Like, you just gotta wait for the wheel to turn upright, and like, it will naturally. I bet the end of Venus retrograde is going to be a significant time. Unless you're watching this after I uploaded it, which it is a timeless reading, but I am filming it during Venus retrograde. So there's a lot of important realizations that are coming there. But honestly, like, you don't need to know how you feel. You already know how you feel. The only thing you need to know is that your thoughts are not your feelings. Your thoughts and your fears are not your truth. And you don't have to accept them as such. Unwanted thoughts, unwanted feelings are just that. Don't claim them. Don't accept them. Or just be like, all right, like, yeah, you're here, but you don't need to pass. Like, or you can pass. Like, thanks for sharing, but I would like to look at things from a more positive place. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think you're ready for advice, pile 4. Like, you made my job so easy for me. Wow. So we're gonna go ahead. Look, we've got surrender cards. I'm sure you know all about surrendering. We have surrender to complete healing, open to the fully loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. I think if there's anything, maybe Spirit wants you to go deeper within meditation, spend more time in meditation, spend more energy just with yourself. Unplug, de-stress, really kind of get away from technology and get more into like nature and yeah, I think grounding is big here. Grounding is big. Yeah, surrender to effortlessness. Stop pushing so hard. The art of living means going with the flow instead of trying to force the river. Yeah, like Spirit will do this naturally. Like, if it feels wrong, or if it doesn't feel like it's time, it's because it's not. Like, the universe is not gonna make you do all this work just for when it is time to like forget to knock on your door. You know what I mean? Like, that would be kind of douchey of the universe. And the universe is not douchey. The universe is like super cool and unconditionally loving. So, like, trust me, they're not gonna miss you're not gonna miss your wake up call, or, you know, what do they do at hotels when you're like, oh, can you call me at so-and-so's? Like, I can wake up, you know? Okay, so Spirit, what advice does pile 4 need when it comes to this connection? What do they need to surrender? Surrender frustration, yeah. Frustration doesn't open any doors. The key to resolving a dilemma or dissolving a block is to take a breath, center yourself, and regroup so that you may approach the situation more calmly. Yeah, literally. Like, your frustration is, I think, mainly impatience, but it's also like, I feel like you're getting frustrated with yourself because you're like, what am I not doing? And like, your guys are like, you're doing everything. Like, you need to do maybe a little bit more nothing and like chill out a little bit. Surrender procrastination. Now is the time to jump on a goal instead of putting it off. Taking action will attract success. So I think this actually has to do with other aspects of your life. Whatever you're not focusing on, or whatever you need to work on, I think Spirit is saying, hey, that's not helping you. But if you're procrastinating on healing something or going within about something, I think Spirit is saying, like, that's exactly where you need to look. So surrender to receiving support and love. Allow the love and support of others in, rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. Yeah, and maybe that's part of what this Queen of Pentacles is. Like, ask for help. Like, if you're overwhelmed, ask for people to help you. Ask for support. You don't need to do everything alone, you know? You may be used to doing everything alone because that's maybe how you operate, but that doesn't mean that that's how you need to. Like, especially if you want to be in a connection with somebody, you can't expect to be in a relationship alone. And learning how to receive support and love and help from the loved ones around you already available to you is a great way to start. It's a great way to find the first step. So one more, Spirit. What else? Or I guess two more, because we'll look at the back. Surrender to success. I love that. You are ready to experience abundance. Don't look back at previous roadblocks or difficulties. Leap into an exciting new world of opportunities. Fuck yes. Literally, like, yes. Like, you're doing amazing. Like, you're doing so amazing. And, like, I literally think that the Spirit is just, like, you just gotta stop being so hard on yourself. And I really do think, like, if you need help working on your mindset, please get that help, because like life can be going amazingly and it still feels like it's not if you're really struggling mentally. So, you know, don't be afraid to get that help. But on the back of the deck, surrender the drama. No matter how emotionally charged the situation, remain calm and don't contribute to the drama. Staying centered will help resolve the issue more quickly. Okay, so I think that Spirit's saying, like, when the situation, if this situation comes around, like, obviously, you know, not to, is one of you a Leo? Well, honestly, any fire sign, like, fire signs are maybe more dramatic than water signs sometimes, in my opinion. Although I've seen some very dramatic Aquarians, so I'm not excluding you from this narrative. I think when it comes to the drama, like yeah, when it comes to this person, like, I think Spirit really just does not wants you to cut through that bullshit because it's not necessary. But I also got another message. I think that Spirit, like, if you like to exist within the YouTube sphere, Spirit might be asking you to surrender the drama channels, at least for a little bit, to help with your energy. Honestly, I needed that message too, because, like, they're so fun to watch. Can we all agree? Like, they're kind of fun to watch, and, like, I know that I'm watching garbage and that it's, like, not necessary, and, like, but it's just, like, you know, your brain's like, ooh, distraction, like, you know. And I think Spirit may be saying, like, you know, all the time that you watch on other people's drama or other people's stuff, you could be, like, focusing on yourself or doing something productive. So Spirit may be saying, like, hey, we don't think that this is really helping your mental state right now. We think that this is maybe more of a distraction than something that is helping you. So maybe take a break from that and see how you feel. I'm not trying to live your life for you, but, or if you watch, like, the Wendy Williams show or something like that. Like, I'm not trying to shit on anyone, but I don't know if that stuff is the most high vibrational, but, like, I'm not, like, I think it's low vibrational to judge what is or isn't high vibration. I mean, like, I'm just making myself into a tizzy here, which is what I think that you do. I think you just need to stop, because maybe the drama too is, like, the drama in your own life where you're like, oh my god, like, I can't believe that I have to, like, eat 3 times a day and, like, always feed myself, and, like, oh, I can't believe I have to do laundry, or, like, you know, silly things where you're just like, oh, woe is me. Spirit might be saying, like, you know, try to breathe through it. Try to stay centered. Try to focus on the matter at hand and not get overwhelmed by the energy that's involved with the matter at hand. So we're also going to look at some ego cards and see where your ego may be hurting you more than helping you, or where it may be creating illusions. So Spirit, what does pile 4 need to forgive themselves for? Okay. I forgive myself for considering opinions which oppose mine as a threat to my self-expression. I choose to believe that I may show loyalty to myself despite the existence of opposing ideas, as I can fully appreciate the experiences that truly nourish me. And that also makes me think of the phrase that, like, truths can coexist. Like, for example, somebody can be a player and then also have feelings for you, but, like, that doesn't negate that maybe they're doing something shitty, but there's deeper meaning behind it. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, maybe both can be real. Like, maybe this person did have feelings for you, but then they had their own problematic things that they needed to work on, you know? Like, this and that are true. We also have I forgive myself for feeling as though if I don't do it, no one will. I choose to believe that when I allow others to prioritize tasks as they see fit, I allow them to clarify what is important so that they may pursue a life more resonant with their truest selves. Yeah, you may have felt like you wanted to like save this person or fix this person, and I think in that process you realized that you were the one that needed saving, that needed fixing, in the sense that like you became your own hero. We also have, I forgive myself for attempting to escape the way I really feel about what is happening. I choose to, you see? That's what your brain's doing. I choose to believe that every emotion serves a loving purpose when I flow through each in deep surrender, I will arrive at an experience I prefer. And we have, I forgive myself for expecting others to carry out the experiences I feel would bring me joy. I choose to believe that each individual holds a unique energetic signature they were born to embody, and I best support them by holding space patiently without expectation. Yeah, I think that is a huge thing here. Like this person, like you really have to hold space patiently without expectation, because if you place expectations on this, I think that you are just going to like get yourself worked up. So let me do one more. I forgive myself for taking from others when I am concerned I may not have enough for a future moment in time. I choose to believe that I am constantly being moved towards what is meant for me, and life's unconditional support is not only unwavering, but also unending. And on the back of the deck, we have, I forgive myself for, oh, we got two. I forgive myself for taking myself more seriously than is helpful to me. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to lighten up, my entire being becomes illuminated with the intuitive wisdom that aligns me with my highest potential. And we also have, I forgive myself for shaming another's ability to effortlessly and endlessly receive from their environment. I choose to believe that when I allow myself to receive without reflexively giving back, I am replenished with the resources I need to give more freely. Yeah, like there's a need to be okay with like being successful and like doing well in life and like having a good time. Like just because other people are struggling or other people are suffering doesn't mean that you have to as well. You can hold space for them and feel for them, but you don't have to sacrifice yourself. I grabbed my positive guidance deck and there's a surrender card in here, so better see who this is. Surrender to the, I told you needed grounding. Surrendered. Oh, and you have an ego card as well. Oh, I forgive myself for thinking I need others to understand my dream before it is safe to pursue it. I choose to believe that when I alone honor my desires, I allow for the emergence of a truer version of myself in the alignment with my highest potential. And then surrender to the beauty of the natural world. Take a relaxing break and spend time in nature. Replenish yourself by feeling the beauty and ecstasy there. So we're going to finish off this reading before we go into the extended with some positive guidance cards. I don't know if I said what was in the extended. I probably did, but just as a reminder, we're just going to see why they're in your life, get channel messages from them, get channel messages from your guardian angels, and further advice. So if you're interested in that, it will be linked below. But I just gotta say, you should be proud. You should be incredibly proud of yourself and what you have achieved, and you deserve to reward yourself. I agree. Okay, so Spirit, what positive guidance do you want to finish off with for pile 4, please? Friendship. You're an incredible friend. You're valued and a joy to be around. Yeah, if you feel like you're craving this person, I think Spirit is saying like to reopen yourself to loving energies around you, especially like your friends and stuff. You know, you don't need to experience lack. You have an abundance of this around you. Health. Treat your body with nutrients and exercise. This is important for your overall well-being right now. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's why you were like, why do I have to, you know, take care of my body? It's so annoying. I agree. I think it's annoying too, but you know, we're stuck in this flesh prison. We may as well make the most of it. We also have believe in yourself. You have the power to succeed just like everyone else does. We also have you're deserving. Accept the good. You deserve it. Reject the bad. You deserve more. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender. Trust that the universe is working behind the scenes for you. Your manifestations will materialize when you truly surrender. So, I mean, yeah, I think this process for you is just a constant process of surrender. But I also just wanted to say I cut the deck and saw wealth. Money is on its way to you. Think thoughts of abundance. So, okay, as I was putting it back, I pushed this card and it's love. Positivity surrounds your love life right now. So, yeah, boy. I think you don't need to worry about this too much. I think that your brain is really creating a lot more pain and torture than needed. And coincidentally, fire quartz is actually a really great stone for like anxiety and racing thoughts. Another good stone is I just dropped your cards for the extended, but that's fine. Aquamarine is a great stone as well. And I'm actually hearing right now, if you've ever seen the movie Aquamarine, there's this scene where they swim out to buoys to get these like little starfish earrings, and they whisper compliments in your ear, and they say stuff like the mermaid in the movie's name is Aquamarine, so she puts them on their ears, and they're like, Aquamarine is so lovely. She makes us so lovely. Just being near, such loveliness. And it's like, it's so cute and sweet, and like, I think that, like, you know, you could use some of that starfish energy in the sense that, like, you know, your guides are constantly whispering compliments in your ears. You just got to listen to it, you know, and believe in it. Believe in yourself. You're so hard on yourself. You need to be nicer to yourself. Like, you need to give your brain a spanking, because, like, it is not being nice to you, and you're doing so much. You're doing amazing, sweetie. So, yeah, you need to be nicer to yourself and tell your brain to take a chill pill. So, pile 4. I think I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you would like to support me in other ways, you can check out the extended, which will be linked below. You can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can check out my merch, and you can check out my social medias, which will be linked down below, but do be aware, there's a lot of scammers pretending to be me right now, which is really irritating. But you know, I just have to surrender frustration. But I will tell you guys that I do not offer personal readings. So if someone's like, hey, I'm ASO, do you want a personal reading? They're a fucking scammer and a goddamn liar. But that's all I have. Thank you guys so much for being here. Wow, this ended on a really light note. I'm like, I love you, pile 4. Thanks for being here. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!